I'm operating on like 3 hours of sleep. Not gonna go very well. Drink some coffee. My character looks like shit, but it is a lot better than PoE 1. I actually think that most of the gear looks really good. The armor, energy shield armor, looks actually really good overall. But the helmets look terrible. I'm wondering if I should just play like energy shield hat, just because it looks better. And I also think that there's actually a node for it. Or is it the other way around, that it's for armor only? Let's see. Auto regulate, yeah. Even the like hoods for evasion and stuff usually look pretty crappy. Helmet. 70% increased energy shield from equipped helmet. You have there. Oh, Gorilla, what's good? Nothing is good. Everything is terrible. How are you? I have a little candy bar. I can't stop eating candy bars. And here we have this is just stun threshold equal to the lowest evasion and armor. Oh. But we can use this. Decent? Well, that's good enough, man. All right. Professional graphics designer. Oh, walk. Goodbye. Scarlet Wells, creating eye-catching graphics for your online journey. Walk. Alright. Consult with Azala about the beast. Where are we going here? Wait, what the fuck? Why was the quarry in the bottom right? Huh? Why did they change the map? I'm so confused.
From what I can see, the Faridan have been preparing for war. This night, now, grows warm.
I don't know if they... Well, actually, let's take a look. Maybe it's just cruel that's different. Yeah, this one is still the same. The cool map is just different. Is there a reason for that? Maybe this is just like an old map. They just reused it for giggles. Wait. No, they didn't just mirror it either. It's a different map, I think. Yeah. I'm guessing it's an old version that they just reused because they could. What about Act 1? Act 1 cool is also different. Yeah. I'm guessing it's, as I said, that they're just using an old version. Man. Just make it have a little bit more variety on the map for people. For early access. I don't think the patch has landed yet. No. Okay, so now we have Flame Blast. I think... I'm not sure. I think I want to play Flame Blast without Ignite. Bam.
Fire take you.
Okay. So, what I have noticed is that skills where you need to target like an orb, they have kind of wonky targeting. Like, if I click down here, it works. If I click up here, it works. There it works. But like, sometimes when you're using Frostbolt, for example, and you try to cast Ice Nova on it, even when you're holding the mouse right on top of it, it just misses over and over again. But what I found is if you just put the mouse ahead of the orb, it works.
Not yet.
Flame Blast seems decent enough. One-shotting big mobs. Good. Stardew Valley Hardcore Mode Marathon. I don't want to do that. I don't really ever want to play Stardew Valley again.
I need more time.
Need more time. I wonder if there's an... Is there an actual reason to charge Flame Blast 100%? No, not really. So you can cast it just smaller as well. Yeah, we need dexterity. I'm capped out on dex stuff. Sure. Yeah, we don't have... Get rid of Flame Wall. Spell Cascade. You can't move these. Okay. Okay, so this counts as a buff as well. Ported skills break 40% more armor. Temporal Rift. Don't think so. This is something we can maybe do. Or maybe not. I was hoping to be able to put Encumbrance there. But I can't put Encumbrance on Blasphemy with Flammability. They're not showing Decaying Hex here anymore either. I think they never were, but you can equip it anyway, so probably equipping it is probably a bug. I hope it's not a bug. This is not even good. I think we just got a lot more powerful. But honestly, I think we also got a lot more boring. That's like my #1 problem with spell casting right now. Melee is honestly in a much better place design-wise than most casters are. Ranger also feels like it's in a better place, but it might also just be a mono element that feels bad. Because you don't really have... It doesn't feel like you have that much in terms of options and ways of dealing with things. Like, I don't use skills based on certain situations. I just blast. Because of that, I would like to see some more skills before I can really judge what I feel about the sorceress, but I think playing Elemental would feel the best by far, because then you can have like Ice Nova, knockback. Lots and lots of helmets. I think I would enjoy doing power charge type gameplay more. But I don't know if there's any good way of doing that with Sorceress. And even if there is, the only thing you can do with it is getting like 30% more crit on a spell. Because the Elemental doesn't have any power charge stuff right now, which is unfortunate because I think it would fit the best on the Sorceress. More so than it does on the Monk. Even though I think it's fine on the Monk. Old lady with a kitty cat. She's singing to the kitty. My mom needs to get a new cat already, so I can go and pet the cat. It's so hard to target the solar orb. This is way too difficult. It doesn't work.
This mine was sealed with some still inside. Corruption seems to have taken them.
I am using...
I'm carrying enough already.
Oh, that's the wrong boots. I am using Firestorm a little bit more. I'm mostly just forcing it, but it's not like quite as bad as I initially thought. But it is like 90% as bad as I originally thought. It does work a little bit when there are monsters that come in again. Or like when you finish off one pack and there's more monsters. But I died. That was fast.
Not yet.
But it's still not amazing. But getting like 6 ignites or something is like okay. Will clear a little bit. But not as much as just using like one ability with another class. That's the thing. Like it's a payoff ability that's worse than a normal ability when you get the payoff. Fire resistant? Well, hell yeah.
I have no space for that.
Fine.
Greetings.
I want to see the patch notes.
Move swiftly.
What?
Increased stun threshold, 24 strength,
Wonder.
13 max life. Nah. That's all bad.
What? Stay in sight.
Hello, Joe Cabj.
Who goes there? No need to rush. I'll unburden you.
I'm not really sure what to put on Flame Blast. Like right now, less cost, more cast speed. Are kind of unfortunate things I have to put on it. But it's still really strong with just that. Anyway, we just need one more level, right? One more level, and then we'll see if we get disappointed. Did I get PoE 2 on Steam? I did not get it on Steam. I got it on the website. I don't think it really matters much where you get it nowadays. But if you get it on the website, you get it on Steam as well. So, but it really depends. Steam might give you local prices. It really doesn't matter, I think. No, I don't play it on Steam. Because I played PoE 1, and PoE 1 was bugged on Steam. It did really weird things. It had like lag issues, and the updater didn't work. Because the way PoE like stores its information is one huge file. And there was some weird stuff with Steam's updater, like it was validating the whole thing every single time, and it took literally forever to install patches. But I have around 2,000 hours or something, I would say. Probably. Like I had around 1500 hours in Diablo 3 when I stopped playing it like 100%. And I definitely played more PoE than I played Diablo 3. But that's with leagues, you know? Like, you come back and you play a little bit when they release a new league, and then you're like, no, okay, I now I remember, I hate this game. And then you... and then you quit. And then next league, you're like, oh, I should play a little bit of Path of Exile. And then you're like, oh man, now I remember why I hate this game. Over and over again.
Fire, thank you.
I've never thought that way about Dark Souls 2 Regaline, but yes. Kind of like that. Almost there. PS2, my beloved. Well, it's better than Dark Souls 3. I'll give it that. Fuck! Oh shit! She's like super speedy now. What the fuck? Oh shit! Don't hit me! Yeah, well, she dies from her own explosions too, so. Why the bell?
Win the praise one, please.
Just don't touch me, Faridan.
Quickly. Thank you.
Care for a story?
Bad, bad, bad. I need another skill gem. We need that last level, but even then, I need the skill gem before we can bring the build online.
Farewell. What is it?
And of course, I still need to finish the second ascension, which is impossible. Even 15 levels above.
The Halani gates have been closed?
The Halani for glory.
The Halbateri.
Sars, let us.
Travel to Traitor's Passage.
This passage is how the traitor betrayed her people. Now I explore its secrets. Will of the Marrakech!
Kind of don't need Living Bomb anymore.
Orbala and the Sisters Five. Beautiful.
I still don't know if there's an actual pattern to this map at all. Like, how do you find Barbala? Go over here. Oh! At some point, you usually come to a waypoint, I think. No, not a waypoint. Crossing. Crossroad. That's what it's called. The little sign. I think that's where it either leads to her or out, but I'm not sure if that's the case. I genuinely don't really know how you would make a skill like Rain of Fire more viable. Not the way that it's implemented right now. Alright, let's see here. Whispers of Doom. Now we just need another skill gem. This what they've done is they've tried to make the skill have like actual hits. So each rain or each firebolt that comes from the sky is its own projectile, right?
Victory is mine.
But because they do it that way, It's just super RNG
You are
and
nothing.
unreliable. I can't really discern any real pattern on this map. Unless it's different for the cruel version. Like maybe they're using old map gen here or something. They flipped it or... There's the exit. Where's the boss?
Burn away.
This is where the maps start becoming bad. For this, I would put the boss at a junction. Like you would have to go...
Out of mana.
You would have to pass by the boss to be able to get to the other side. Even if you make it like sprawling on this side and this side, there would be one little area where you have to pass through that's always where the boss arena is. Because what this map always ends up being is this. Like, you go through this huge labyrinth and then you find the exit and you're like... Right. Gotta backtrack. So now I'm gonna go up and get the waypoint. And then we go back and backtrack. I don't think I actually need to kill her, but... I usually finish the content as much as I can.
Dead Marraketh.
Oh, that's not right.
Arukan! I can't do that yet.
It's up there. Come on, guys. Don't stop chasing.
Son of Solarai!
At least I assume that she's here. Maybe she's not. Yeah, here we go. There we go.
The traitor must be sealed within these doors.
Didn't really see why she wouldn't be here.
Dear woman, you are centuries late. Kundek,
Ah!
visions of Gaia. Face me. Atul. Kundek. Face me. Atul. Aria. Face me. Visions of battle. Sansra. Aria. Atul.
Oh, shit! What's got me there?
Naktai. Kundek. Hey.
She is one of the more energetic bosses. She moves around all the time.
Naktai. Visions of Gaia. Sansra. Kundek. Naktai. Hey.
Oh!
You fought well, traitor.
No! Alright, we got the new trial now. For Sanctum. I would rather do Sanctum all the way than Ultimatum. What was the belt? Rawhide belt.
This
Megnord's
has a history of
girdle.
its own.
49 to strength, 12 to cold resistance, increased flask 50% increased flask charges used, 100% increased flask charges gained. This is a decent belt, to be honest. It's not that good, but I think this can be very, very useful. Because 49 strength is a lot. So, depending on what you want to play, this might be almost necessary. For example, I wanted to play a warrior with summon stuff. And to do that, I wanted to do Giant's Blood and have a two-handed mace in one hand and a scepter in the offhand. But that means that we're not only going to be playing strength, we're going to be playing strength into hybrid. So you're gonna need a lot of strength on gear. And this might just help make that a lot easier. And this is actually plus 100 life with resistance, so it's still a good belt. It's just the flask charges gain thing is a little bit annoying. I think you would have to, it would be very specific where this is useful. Maybe it could be combined with a certain Peak Flask, if there are any. I think it would also maybe work well with a ranger. Or with a monk. Perhaps. Anything that uses this, right? Mana flasks gain charges. This one here. Remove a curse when you use a mana flask. Here, life flasks gain charges. Because if you do that, you're gonna use more charges, but you're gonna gain them even faster. Hello, Henry, how's it going? You'll have more sustain. I think it... if you play Pathfinder, I think it's also potentially good. Because it might mean that you can throw concoctions more often. But apparently concoctions are bugged right now. And crash the game if you have them equipped. Which could be cool. It's just that I don't really want to play Ranger until we get...
If you did your
some melee weapons.
Greetings.
My wares are renowned.
I tried playing a little bit of Ranger, and I played a Poison Arrow Ranger. And it feels like shit, it feels so bad.
All right.
That's actually a good helmet. 22 int, 94 max life, 12 lightning rest, and 16 life regen. That might actually be a monk helmet.
Blessings.
open, ancient gates of seven waters.
Tier 3 support gem.
Advance with me. There are 2 more gates we must open.
What do we want to get with that? I think the first thing we want to get is just skill level. I think that's the best thing for us. Actually, does that work? Oh, you cunts. Of course it doesn't work. Does it work on Solar Orb? That would be stupid. Yeah, why does it work on Solar Orb? Oh yeah, because they won't be able to ignite with the center. Because I was thinking of I wanted to put Elemental Discharge on Rain of Fire. And it would just consume ignites with every projectile. It would explode. But that doesn't work. So guess we'll have to put it on Flame Blast. Or we don't run it. Fire exposure, we can have fire exposure on Solar Orb, and that's gonna get buffed next patch. I think that's probably the way to go. Skills cannot inflict elemental ailments. We can put that on Firestorm. And that's just free. Elemental focus. I want swords. I want to make a bleed cleave build. Now the real truth here is that I can't even put it in anything because we don't have enough slots, so let's just keep that for now until we find the jewelers.
Continue the assault! Slay them all!
I would kind of like to have cooldown on Flame Blast, so we don't need to spam it constantly. It would be more fun to use it now and then. But I don't really have anything put on it. I could move the 10-second duration, or the 10-second cooldown. But 10 seconds is a little much. Like, it's almost a little much for Firestorm, too. And the reality is, I think Flame Blast is now our best DPS spell. And putting it on a cooldown is going to turn it into a burst spell and not a DPS spell.
Victory is mine! I'm carrying enough already.
If we can allow the caravan through all three gates, my warriors will swarm them under!
Can't take my shield.
Jesus.
Onwards! Give these demons no quarter!
It also sparks up when I do this.
I'm carrying enough already.
Don't think we're carrying enough. Give me the circlet.
I have no space for that.
There we go. Alright, let's find out how this feels. Got Giga slowed enemies. So our curse size is like this now or something. It's pretty big. And I think this affects their swing speeds as well. So I think this is going to probably be really, really strong. Especially since we're not even done speccing it either. I still wanna get the the slow from the Chronomancer Ascendancy as well. Now, this doesn't work that well on bosses, but from what I understand, what does it say? It says something like 50% less on unique monsters. I think that's still really strong. And this slow is 20%. And this slow is 26, but it's minus 45%. So this slow is quite weak, while this slow is extremely powerful. And they stack together. I almost want to take this. And you also get increased slow magnitude there. I almost want to take this more than time freeze. Because that's more like, that's like a permanent time freeze. Enemies are just gonna be 30% slowed constantly.
How is this possible?
The Madaketh will fall! The Madaketh will fall! By my hand!
Oh. But like, bosses being 10% slower,
You are unworthy!
that's big. That's huge. He's 7% slower now though. It's not quite.
I shall dethrone you, Sekama, and leave you to the sands!
But he is 7% slowed. And he is 7% hindered. So he's moving slower, but that doesn't matter. It's his action speed that matters.
Wrath of a king! I shall dethrone you, Sekama, and leave you to the sands!
Ow!
I tried to seek peace, and the Sekamas disgraced me. time, we choose war.
You receive the death you deserve. And I shall give you up.
We shall finish this, but not today.
Make haste. He must not escape.
Mark my words, Damanra. I will return you to death.
Quickly! He conjures the very sands against us! This is no natural sandstorm. We must battle.
What did we get over here? Yeah, here we have increased slow magnitude 4, 8, 18% increased slow magnitude. A hinder. Just movement.
Battle sorcery
Yeah.
with sorcery. Let us return to the caravan and entreat Zarka's wisdom.
%26 slowed. That's 45% of 26, which is then 14 or something, and then half, so that's 7. So if it's 14 and we then get 20% slow, that means we have 34% slow. That means we're gonna slow bosses by 17%. We're doing that. And I haven't equipped the Curses Are Stronger gem in Blasphemy either. Which we will. I just need Spirit on gear to do that.
We must move swiftly.
Now, the one thing I'm not entirely sure about with this is a lot of extra damage, but it's bad. What I'm not sure about is what slow and temporal chain, or what temporal chain specifically does. Is it other effects on cursed enemies expire 25% slower, and that includes ignites. So I'm kind of wondering, like, should I play ignite? Should we go and get all ignite magnitude things on the tree? Because if we do that, then we can play Flame Blast as Turbo Ignite. And I'm kind of wondering if that might feel better. Because then we could remove this, first of all, because the mana cost wouldn't matter. The cast speed wouldn't matter as much either. And we could put... We wouldn't need the chance to ignite in it. It's pretty much always going to ignite, no matter what.
This isn't the place.
Young one.
This is actually pretty good. This is for Templar. I would say that's good. Because it gives you attack speed and accuracy rating. And what that means is that we can juice this instead of grabbing Dex. Right? Because that's kind of how the game works. Some builds are better than others at getting stuff.
Stay inside.
And then you have to get other things on gear. So if we take Flame Blast here, and we take Eternal Flame, that's 100% increased Ignite duration. And Ignite is 4 seconds by default. And then we then take Execrate. I don't know if I need that. It is 50% more chance to inflict ailments, and we simply might not need that. Because I think Flame Blast is pretty much always going to ignite. Just because it does so much damage. Because Ignite chance and magnitude scales with damage dealt. And I don't know. Maybe crits? Maybe just having double Ignite duration and then just going crit on it. Like we do Excise, and then we do what was that? Supports Nova skills, casting the skill to take place at the targeted location when used instead of around you. Okay, so you can just do that. Okay. Kind of interesting. So I think there are like 2 Nova skills in the game, so it's not that interesting. But it does mean that you can cast Cross Nova as just a ranged skill, which I actually kind of like. I think Ice Nova is one of the cooler spells. And Flame Blast could also be cool to play like that too. If you play like a cast speed build. I'm playing the opposite of a cast speed build. I'm playing a reduced cast speed build. So but if we get inevitable crit and we get Excise for more crit chance, and then we spec into crits now. Then we can get a Giga Ignite from Flame Blast, maybe. Right now I do have 30% chance to ignite. So all we would really have to do is go and get this whole thing here, I think. Then we can get the chance to ignite here, and we get the magnitude, and the faster. And this wheel is also incredibly powerful. So we want that. And we have crit chance here. We have a little bit of crit chance here. Crit chance there. We have some crit. And then we could do this. Nah, it's not worth it. This is not worth it. 10% chance to refresh ignite duration on critical hit. I feel like you have to specifically build for that. I feel like this would be cooler on some kind of melee build where you can keep bonking on things repeatedly. And you have one spell. Like you might even have Flame Blast, for example, that just does a lot of damage. And does a big ignite. I just don't particularly like playing crit. If I don't have to, I would rather not. So it really depends, I would say, on hold. That's the only cooldown you can have on it? What? Oh no, it removed stuff because I have size in it, I think. Oh, you can't have multiple cooldown gems. Okay. I think we'll just have to try. It's really hard to tell though, because when I'm fighting bosses, I put up Solar Orb, and Solar Orb just ignites. So that they're basically constantly ignited. So we're gonna have to fight a boss and just use Flame Blast as it is, and see. So for now, let's put less cast on it and increase the ignite duration. Because I think for this build, what we want is still just not having ignite chance on the tree. And just getting the ignite magnitudes. Oh, Chow Chow, how's it going? Those. That's not good, but it's not bad. Leveling one, maybe. Trying to fall asleep. Fair enough. Later.
Ah, yes. The for glory.
Which order? Which order is it you want to go? Badlands, F Valley. Badlands, Keth Valley. Those guys didn't get ignited? Not ignited. Not ignited. Huh. Not ignited. Is it really that hard to ignite? Not ignited. I think. Like that's what ignite looks like. I think. Ignited there. Okay. And the ignite isn't particularly good right now.
Didn't break a sweat.
Apparently Switch won't work with it unless I have the charger it came with, which I lost, so got to buy a new one. Oh, you mean the dock? Yeah, you would definitely need the dock. That's how you play it on the TV. Absolutely. Don't do what one of those costs, though. Figured out how to get the JPEG tuber thing to work. Is there a JTube? Is there a JPEG tuber program? Much slower now, which is a little annoying. Alright, let's try putting more ignite on it then. It's I do feel like I don't really want to play this spell as a spam spell. 100% more chance to ignite. 40% chance more to ignite. All right. That guy definitely got ignited. Ignited.
You who wake the dead shall count yourself among them. Fire, thank you! Vulgar-tongued rituals be damned.
Alright, and what we need to do as well is put flammability here now. Just cast that normally. Oh, that's big. But it's super fucking slow. Oh, well, I'm glad you guys figured something out. Camp card stuff is pretty simple, but not necessarily simple when you don't know
I can't do that yet.
how the things work, really.
I can't do that yet.
Now, in reality, we only need to get an 8-second ignite on Flame Blast.
Weakling!
That guy got ignited. It doesn't do very much damage, but you don't do much damage with ignite unless you spec it. That's just how it is.
Victory is mine.
A bit of a Luddite. Okay. Well, once it's sorted, should be fine. Mostly just plug cable in and then it kind of works. Is there no mark for that class? No, there are only 3 marks in the game right now. It's only Ranger and Monk. And I don't know what the 3rd one is. I don't think Warlord's mark is in the game. But the marks are pretty bad right now. You need to spec them for them to be decent. And if you do, they're kind of okay, actually. Because you can get, like, AoE blinds and stuff off applying them. But... like, freezing mark doesn't do anything other than make freezes stronger, so you have to play a cold build for that, which is fine. Cold builds are decent if you're playing, like, a melee monk. Mark. Freezing mark, sniper's mark, voltaic mark. And voltaic mark. Yeah, that is where is that? Is it on monk? Freezing mark. Is it on ranger? No, it's on crossbow. Am I blind? There it is. Okay, both of the marks are ranger. Yeah. But now there's nothing. I don't know what's... what can you do with marks? Mark. Because here, around the monk area, you can kind of do decent things. This one is super strong. Enemies you mark cannot deal crits. Enemies near your mark. Enemies near enemies you mark are blinded. This is a really strong. You can apply marks and curses for free almost with Hand of Chayula, which is really bad unless you actually spec for the marks a little bit. What about here? Just take a bit more damage and stuff. But there are no marks up here. And it doesn't feel worth it either. Like, I have 2 curses right now. But even then, I don't feel like... Actually, how long does my... flammability last? 7 seconds. Ooh. That's a little low.
Burn away.
What I'm interested in is If we put cannot ignite on solar orb, is that going to apply to the guaranteed ignite as well, or is it only going to be the pulses that can't ignite? I imagine the guaranteed ignite is also going to get turned off, but worth a try. Whoa, fuck!
I can't do that yet.
Alright, so we can level up our old gems too. Ability, Firestorm, and Ember Fusela. Oh, missed the ball. Oh yeah, there. I was like, why are there so many wizards in here? Both of them get ignited.
I need more time.
Oh, don't kill me!
Need mana. No mana. Not yet. I need more time.
Oh, don't kill me! Oh, fuck!
The great steed's tusks. I shall honor them. I must travel light.
Alright. How's my final build? Oh, how does my build work? Barely. First and foremost. It, it actually feels pretty decent now. But before I got Flame Blast, it was just total ass. Right. But the tree right now is actually not particularly complicated. This down here is kind of a mistake, I would say. I went down here because I wanted some like regen and energy shields and armor. But then I realized that there's like no energy shield and armor here at all. Like I can take these 2 nodes, which we will do. That's about it. But otherwise, I'm just taking some fire damage here. Damage against enemies affected by elemental ailments, a little bit of penetration. Here I'm taking reduced cast speed for more damage. Here we're taking reduced damage for bigger AoEs. I apparently took some crit. Should I respec out of this? I think I should respec out of this. But I just went straight for these elemental damage nodes, really. And this, the increased area of effect for spells here, this also works for curses. So I'm then doing that, and I'm taking this node here, which increases the area of effect of curses. It also comes with the added bonus of enemies you curse are hindered with 15% reduced movement speed. Next, I'm going to take this node here. Debuffs you inflict have 4% increased slow magnitude, so that's going to buff my hinder. And here you get more damage with hits against hindered enemies, more slow magnitude. And then skill-wise, what I'm doing is I'm using Solar Orb with increased AoE, both of them, the one with cooldown and the one without, and just more damage on it. So I just pop down Solar Orb and it blasts the entire screen. This is really my main ability, I would say. But it's a damage over time, so it doesn't do like great burst damage or anything. But it is pretty good at helping to clear enemies. And it also is a guaranteed ignite in the middle, which is useful. And I wanted to play like big AoEs, really. Big AoEs, big damage over time stuff. So I'm using Firestorm. But Firestorm is kind of garbage. But if you use Solar Orb on a pack of like 4 to 5 mobs, they get ignited immediately. So you can just pop Solar Orb and then press Firestorm. And you get some of the bonus. Because Firestorm consumes stuff, right? And then I just spam Living Bomb when I have a downtime. And Ember Fusillade is like... For most of the game, Ember Fusillade is your main DPS skill. I have it with Unleash and Scattershot and Concentrated Effect, so it just does single target damage. So I just keep doing this on bosses as much as I can, and it whittles them down. And right now I'm running Temporal Chains with Blasphemy, so enemies are slowed, which also increases your ignite duration, which I'm trying to do now with Flame Blast. Get big ignites that's gonna last for a while. This is Temporal Rift. This is from Chronomancer. It lets you teleport back in time. It resets your health and your position. It's basically a free health potion that you always have up, and it also lets you teleport out if you get swarmed by monsters. And the fire boss in the lava, this is actually the character that had the least trouble with it. The most trouble I had was on my Perfect Strike Warrior, which is also fire. But what you need is some penetration, and that's what I have here. So we have a little bit of penetration, and that helps with all resistance mobs. And then you also use flammability on bosses, and then it doesn't matter if they're resistant anymore. But even on the Perfect Strike build, all it took was slotting in fire penetration as a support, which it reduces your damage overall, but it makes it more reliable on things that are actually resistant to fire. So I think it's a good idea to have Fire Pen on Perfect Strike. But no, I didn't. I actually thought that this was my best build against the Fire Boss so far. But right now what I'm trying to do is just build more slow and just have this AoE slow aura. And then for Chronomancer here, we're gonna take this. Enemies in your presence are slowed by 20%. So then we're just gonna have like 30 to 35 to like 16, 17% slows, depending on if they're normal mobs or bosses. Hopefully. Had like minus 20% fire risk. Yeah, that's bad. That's not gonna work very well. I actually think the Molten Lava boss is a little bit scuffed. Because the only thing he does is a bunch of slams. But his slams are weird, because you can't really dodge slams. Dodge roll isn't meant to dodge slams. But most of his slams, like, they just hit you. Like, you can barely dodge roll away from them. Even if you're, like, anticipating it, you're like, okay, here comes the jump. I'm gonna try to dodge roll away from this. And you dodge roll, and no, it just hits you anyway. Like, all the time. Yeah, like, I honestly think that boss is really rough. But resistances should be your level. Pretty much. I'm behind on resistances. I'm also behind on armor. Because of that, I'm actually struggling right now quite a bit. Uncut Spirit Gem. Blasphemy. 44% less. Oh, reduced reservation. But that doesn't really do that much. But anyway, we want more blasphemy. That's the only thing we can afford. Let's put this on blasphemy. Oh, okay, we can get more effect here. What is cast on crit? It means that you cast something on crit. Basically, you equip it. And then you attack things with spells or attacks that hit enemies. Hitting is a special thing, right? Like, the damage over time spells necessarily don't always have a hit component. But if you hit enemies and you crit, then cast on crit will charge up energy. And when it reaches a certain amount of energy, whatever spell you have slotted into it will get cast. So that way you can just play like a melee monk, and as you're just doing damage and critting, it'll just rain comets down. That kind of stuff. All the other cast on things work the same. Like cast on ignite and cast on freeze or whatever. It's not necessarily as simple as just using it. Cast on crit is actually really difficult to use.
Take care.
And the reason for that is
What have you learned?
when you finish the campaign, the story gives you 100 spirit. And cast on crit costs 100 spirit. And there are a lot of very, very strong defensive ones too. If you're playing a monk, playing without Ghost Dance, for example, is really rough. Unless you're just skipping evasion, just going energy shield or something. Because Ghost Dance, when you take a hit, it heals your energy shield based on your evasion, which makes you way, way tankier. And if you forego that for just crit, your class might not feel very good. But you can also get more spirit on gear, so you can get like 120 bonus spirit on your chest and your amulet. And if you can get that, then that opens up a lot more meta gems that you can equip.
Who goes there?
But there's a cast on crit for most things. Not all of them are in the game yet. There's cast on ignite, cast on freeze, cast on shock, cast on minion death, cast on roll, dodge roll, which I don't know if that's good. But there are also different ones you can do. Have a there. On the monk, elemental invocation. This is like cast on crit, but instead of it casting immediately, you just gain energy, and then you can press a button, and it spends the energy to cast the spell. I don't know if it's good or not, but it feels like mostly a way to conserve mana more than anything else. So I don't know. Oh, here you can get... Here you can do charge stacking, okay. How come the wand classes get so much spirit? They don't. It doesn't come from wand, it comes from the scepter. And the scepter is actually a strength int hybrid weapon. And this is the strength int hybrid area, but it's kind of like it's 25% strength and 75% intelligence, so it's mostly for the witch. But the spirit offhand is really mainly for minion builds. But you can maybe do stuff with it for like cast on crit and stuff like that. But the problem with that is, first of all, you have to sacrifice, like you can't use two-handed weapons unless you go all the way down here and get Giant's Blood, which is a bit of a meme, I think. You have to sacrifice using two-handed weapons, and you have to sacrifice using an offhand or a shield. And the focus offhand can give you like 80, 60, whatever % more spell damage and stuff like that. So you're sacrificing quite a bit to get like 250 more spirit, and every minion reserves spirit. So it lets you have a bigger minion army, really.
Here for a story.
And nothing new yet.
Tell your tale.
And we were done in the bone pits. So it was... Now we can't waypoint. Yeah, I kind of want to experiment more with playing like a hybrid spirit build or a hybrid minion build. But it's kind of difficult, I feel, because like a skeleton warrior costs like less than 20 spirit or something at higher levels. And if you're then missing the spirit offhand that gives you 200 plus spirit, that's like literally 10 minions that you're missing. But it might still be decent because the warriors are dog shit. So if you're just focusing on having like mages to back up your melee character, it might still be like okay. But I don't know. But I want to try that. But I'm not so sure it actually works. The Valley of Titans, Keth. We want to go to Keth. I think that they are actually doing a pretty decent job at making like hybrids work, where you can play spells with melee and
Lost Keth.
stuff like that, but
I can only imagine how beautiful
it's a little bit
it must have
complicated to
been in
do,
your time.
at least until you get the hang of it.
I banish
But minions still seem, at least at a glance, it seems kind of difficult to play a hybrid minion build. Playing my melee with minions, even just playing spells with minions is a little bit, it's like it's set up to only work with chaos stuff. But I have to try it more to really tell. I think it's not that bad, because like you're losing your offhand, but you're also gaining more minions, so the damage is probably fine-ish. I really want to do melee archer, but I don't want to play an archer with maces. Feels weird. I'm considering making a mercenary with hammer and shield, like a mace and shield and a crossbow, because that kind of makes some like thematic sense, which is very important to me personally. As like a soldier archetype, right? But as like a ranger with a mace, feels that just feels off to me. But I'm really looking forward to the other classes and the other weapons dropping, because one of the biggest reasons I play Path of Exile is because I like trying to realize like class fantasies and class fantasy builds and trying to get them to work. And that's why I generally have problems with PoE 1, because it's very, very hard to do that in PoE 1. But I am hoping that it's going to work better here, and so far I honestly think it does, like almost exclusively. Or across the board, everything I've tried so far works a lot better than it would in PoE 1. Alright, here we're gonna take some armor and energy shield, because I have 0 defensive nodes right now, and it is really, 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 really starting to be noticeable. I'm usually rogue in every RPG, so I'm just wasting time on Ranger. Well, fair enough. I mean, the Ranger is really strong. I just think it feels weird to just always have a ranged weapon, personally, because when enemies are in your face, I feel like I just want to be able to switch to like a melee weapon or something. That's really like the only main reason I've always avoided bow classes. Isn't there something that gives damage for how much mana you have? There are actually multiple things that achieve that. But yes. There's Archmage. That's what people are playing right now. Archmage is like the sorceress meta. I don't have the spirit gem on me, but yeah, it's one of the later spirit gems. And it makes you do more damage based on how much mana you have, long story short. It gives you bonus lightning damage specifically. But you can also play something called Mana Flare, which is more a fire thing. And I don't remember exactly. I think it's like when you crit or something with a spell, it causes a Mana Flare, which deals 20% of your I think it's current or maximum mana in damage, just like an explosion. So you can do the same kind of thing with fire. Though I don't know to what effect. Yeah, it's Storm Weavers. Storm Weaves.
Kabbalah, I know of this serpent tongue.
Bam.
I need more time.
Ow.
Keep your bones to yourself. I need more time.
You got Ignite? We're just gonna focus on defensive stuff for a while now on this character.
My Akhara will not
That's
believe this.
that's what we need more than anything else. You know how the rest icon and bosses work? Like why they're different colors? Kind of. Not exactly. I think red means that they're weak. And I think white means that they're strong. But I don't know what yellow means. So, no, not 100% sure. Get that. And then we're gonna go all the fucking way over here. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. So what if 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, hold on. Okay. So we go this way. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But if we go this way, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's it. Let's see if we can respec that a little bit.
Greetings.
Inspiring.
What have you learned?
A new realm of power.
Oh no, you don't have to apply immediately, right? You can just you can do something like this. Am I right? Then you cancel these. And we put these back. Let's... I know at least one of them was a strength one. Ah, god damn it. It won't let me go back and... Oh. It won't let me switch these, but it let me switch this one. White is minor and yellow is high res. Okay, so yellow is more res. That's kind of weird to me because yellow feels like it's the midpoint between white and... Right. So yellow means that they are super resistant. Okay, gotcha. And then if we do this, we are then already here and we gain several skill points. They base that off PoE 1. I think that's probably still the same, but some things that are very surprising are different here. Actually. Things that I did not expect. Like, you can evade spells. With evasion, you can evade spells, but only projectiles. Which to me is kind of stupid. But you can evade enemy spell projectiles now with evasion. I really don't like it, because I don't see what the point is of that change, and it just makes like the rules inconsistent and weird. But that's how it is now. You can evade spell projectiles. You can't evade like on-ground effects, explosions, any spell that isn't a projectile, slams. You can evade melee and ranged hits, attacks, or melee and ranged attacks specifically, and now also spell projectiles. I think. If you hover over something and you hold Alt, you can then go and check enemy strikes or projectiles. Yeah, so that means... Do you even need hit accuracy for slams then? Is this like this is exactly what I mean. Like the rules need to be the same between the player and the enemies, in my opinion, because otherwise it's like there's so much to keep track of otherwise. Where's accuracy? Accuracy is right there. Accuracy is used to hit a target with an attack. Okay, so all attacks. That includes slams and stuff then. Anyway, let's finish that. Why didn't it work? It didn't do what I told it to do. What is the game doing, dude? It's just eating my money because it's buggy. Okay, so now we have that. And now it works. It just ate all of my money for no reason. There. I think it's not 100% finished. Because I mean that to me should have worked. It was perfectly connected and legal. But it was like, no. Doesn't work. And if you hit confirm with what's there and then it just does whatever it wants, like that doesn't make any sense either. Like, I didn't confirm that. I didn't finish selling. Increased armor, lightning rests. Let's keep that. The rest is just bad.
Need something? Take your time. I shall put this to use. Warm nights.
Strength necklace, keep that in case. But now we are better positioned to just begin grabbing armor, energy shield nodes, which is probably, hopefully, going to help. Because right now, because we have so little armor, enemies are beginning to do shitloads of damage. Fire is honestly in a pretty bad place right now. Element-wise. But I do think that playing a sorceress right now, you should probably play all elements anyway. Jesus Christ. Well, if you like the firewall setup, then sure. For me, I wanted to play firewall, but firewall doesn't work other than for buffing spells. And I didn't really want to do that. I wanted to just do big AoE stuff. But it doesn't work, because it doesn't do any damage. It doesn't function on its own as a spell. But, like if you play like Fireball or something with Unleash, and you just shoot like 9 projectiles and then explode into projectiles, I can see that being kind of cool with Flame Wall, because it'll add a bunch of flat damage to each fireball and stuff. And I think it also gives them guaranteed ignite. That's also something to use it with. Just guaranteeing ignites on projectiles. I'm feeling a lot more safe already with temporal chains. Because the enemies have very, very fast attack speed. Or move speed, rather. And right now they are slowed like 30%. Not quite exactly. What is
Fire, take you!
how does it work? So if we have two multiplicative sources of reduction, that would be 0.85 times 0.85, right? So 0.72. %. Low. The purple thing above their head is my blasphemy aura. Blasphemy turns a curse into an aura, and I'm using temporal chains, which slows enemies. They're walking really slowly right now. Is it time to try... do I want to try Ultimatum again? Not really. I really want my second ascendancy point, though.
I can't do that yet.
They haven't released the third trial, but you can get all 4 ascendancy points, or all 8 ascendancy points, rather. Because you can get them all from just one. Like, you can only do Trial of the Secamus, or only do Temple of Chaos. You can get everything. But I don't like either at all, and I don't want to do them at all. So I'm just like over leveling before I go there. Especially with this build, because it sucks and I don't have any damage. Maybe after one more level. Then we'll be like almost 20 levels above. Oh, you meant that, like that. Yeah. No, I don't think we're anywhere near close to getting more ascendancies yet.
I can't do that yet.
I might have to get a little bit more mana regen. But at the same time, like, not really. As a PoE 1 player, it feels, you know, like, if I don't just always have full mana constantly, it feels like something's wrong. But I can just use my mana potion. If I run low on mana sometimes, I can just use my mana potion. I don't have to spec into mana regen at all. I think we're mostly fine. Oh, an alchemy orb. Have I farmed the beetle? No. I've killed him, but I haven't farmed him. I don't like doing stuff like that. I don't really like doing things just because they're like super rewarding when they feel like borderline exploits. Because for me, it just makes me lose interest in the game. I just want to play the game in a way that feels natural, you know, and progress that way. But from what I understand, it's really, really strong. There he is.
I need more time. The ninth treasure lives.
Whoa! Shit! Holy fuck! There are too many tiny beetles here. My huge AoE build can't handle it. There we go.
Didn't break a sweat. Defiled treasure. I will remember this day.
Ruby. Increased thorns damage. Increased amount of life leached. That could also, that could actually be like kind of decent. I was gonna slam something. Yeah, let's... No, that's an alchemy. What am I gonna do with an alchemy? Slam the prismatic ring. It sucks. Cool. But it is better than my current ring, actually. Because it gives me 13 cold res. This one only gives me, like, life regen. Corrupting something is, like, only beneficial now, right? I think? I'm not really sure. I've been too scared to try it, because I don't want to brick my item. I'm too used to PoE1, where it's just like the worst thing you can do.
Son of Solarai!
Ah, I'm stuck! Am I just like in the wrong part of the map, or we have a path over here? It's just a massive, massive dead end. Got something. Oh, this is the right way.
Such shrines were not meant for mortal eyes.
If I do make another char, I will probably make the witch that turns into a demon. Be careful making that one. I think it is still very, very bugged and barely properly functional. But I'm not sure. I haven't tried it. From what I understand, when you turn into the witch, like, you no longer have your weapon, and that just like cuts your damage in more than half. Almost. Not quite, but close enough. And there are apparently plenty of interactions that don't work when you're in demon form, like certain boots that do things and whatnot. Even if you build for it, I don't know. I don't know exactly. I've just seen people say that it is a problem right now. But people say that about a lot of things that aren't a problem like right now, so. Like doing Sanctum on a melee character isn't really a problem.
I can't do that yet.
I think the succubus might be kind of wonky right now. But you can always try it. We also have to see what the patch notes say. Like, we don't know what they fixed.
Take you. I must travel light.
I haven't gotten to endgame either. I've made like 4 characters instead. I played to Act 3 and then I made a new character after I killed the last boss there.
How can I?
This is the first character I'm trying to push to maps. Just wanted to test the other classes. Honestly, maps is like, I'm not super interested in doing maps that much. I want to do it, but I'm more interested in actually making interesting and fun builds. And then seeing how far I can take them in maps. That's kind of like what I like doing. Not really worth popping anything there. I do want to upgrade this jewel, but it's not for this class, so let's just put it in here for now. Almost every single jewel is good now. Like, you have to have some truly conflicting modifiers for jewels to not be good now. Even this one. This one would be really ass for my sorcerer, mostly. Because it has projectile damage and attack speed with crossbows. But even so, it gives 9% increased elemental damage, 14% chance to inflict ailments. That's still better than a regular small node. So, even a bad jewel is often good. And I also have, like, I have Ember Fusillade. This is a projectile spell, so that would improve with this too. So, most of the time, I feel like bad gems are good. And this one actually kind of works with this. Here I have increased block chance, 21% increased damage against enemies with fully broken armor, gain 1 rage on melee hit, gain 2 rage when hit by an enemy. And with this, I was thinking of trying another warrior build. And then with this, increased amount of life leeched and increased thorns damage, I could try doing something with thorns. Even though I think thorns is a meme, I am interested in seeing if thorns can kind of ease or like simplify your life a little bit when it comes to just dealing with white mobs sometimes, but I don't think thorns make sense for maces. Maces kind of make thorns not make sense. Because the whole idea with thorns, to me, is it helps deal with swarms. Like when you get swarmed and like a bunch of white mobs just attack you. The way I envision it, at least, is that the thorns might help take out a lot of those white mobs on its own. But it's not going to do anything against blue mobs or yellow mobs unless you specifically build with like special uniques. But the mace just does shitloads of AoE and just constantly has everything stunned and staggered everywhere. So it doesn't make much sense to play with a mace. Interesting helmet. In the ring, 14 dex. 111 maximum life. Okay, let's keep that. Said you deal 250% damage monsters deal to you or something? Okay. That might be something, but I'm worried that it's just gonna be really shit. Otherwise, you know. Like the rest of the item is just dog shit. But it's not uncommon. But we also don't have the druid yet. And I kind of predict a little bit that the druid is actually more thorns focused than any of the other classes. Because Thorns also feels like thematically as a nature spell theme kind of thing. So I think there might be more stuff for Thorns once the druid comes out. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But the problem with Thorns, right, is that it doesn't do anything unless you get hit. And why would you really want to get hit? You know, is that really what we're aiming to do? And that has always been the problem with Thorns. Fire resistant and periodic invulnerability. Very cool. Oh, leave me alone. I want to make some other meme builds too, though, later. I have so many meme builds I want to do. And see if I can manage to get them to somewhat work. Yeah, that is another problem with Thorns, right? If you look at like I don't know how it is in PoE 2, how the health values are, but let's go all the way back to Diablo 2. In Diablo 2, the player has like, I don't know, like 200 health. Something like that. Like, I don't know exactly how much health you have in that late game Diablo 2 now. But when you're in like your late 60s or something, I think you have around maybe 200 health or whatever. And then when you're playing on Hell, some demon might have like 40,000 health or something, right? So even if you're reflecting damage done to you, the damage values between you and oh, this is gonna be fun. First real use of Firestorm where it killed monsters. But yeah, like the damage values between what the enemies do to you and how much health they have makes the reflect just not work. I don't know how much monster density you have in maps, but I mean that's kind of the idea, right? The campaign is usually pretty tame, and once you get to maps, you get more and more and more and more monster density, and it gets more and more hectic like that. But we'll have to see how it pans out after Christmas, because the reality is that currently the endgame is just slapped in, right? It's not actually designed to be the way it's supposed to be. Not properly, at least. So most of the monsters there are just gonna be a hodgepodge of random difficulty. And nothing is gonna really feel like it makes sense. The classes aren't gonna make sense either. Because the game is currently mainly just balanced for like the 3 first acts. And even there, it's kind of wonky at times. But I think overall, I think the classes are pretty well balanced. There are just some like outliers that don't really work that well. And of course there are some that outperform massively. But I don't like to... I kind of, to some degree, I don't really like counting stuff that's too much of like... just finding one special thing that makes you be able to cast like 40,000 comets, right? I feel like that's a slightly different aspect of balancing than how the spells and the class works on a more baseline level for your average player, right? And I think that baseline is a lot more important than the endgame super blasting bounce. Or at least I think it should come first. And then we figure out how to make it work more for, you know, stuff. No, melee actually works just fine with honor. The problem is that it's all about damage. All you need is to just have a bunch of damage. And it doesn't matter. You can just go in and just use like one slam and you'll kill everything in the general vicinity. And you're not gonna take any real damage, even with just basic mace attack. You can kill the boss as melee without taking a single hit. And it's not even hard. Because all he does is like really slow slams that you can just dodge out of. And if you just have enough damage, you're never gonna have to deal with like the volcanoes that he does. Ow! So, like melee is honestly just fine when it comes to the trial of the Secumus. The problem with the trial of the Secumus is that
Save your
you need to have like turbo damage.
king arrives and lets the sea
If you don't have the damage, it feels horrible. Because you're just gonna struggle on the monsters and it's just gonna stack up and it's just gonna be a bunch of shit on the screen that's just gonna do like random sprays that are just gonna eat up your honor, and it just feels bad. But the reality is that the real problem with Trial of the Secondness is that it's just boring. Because the entire thing is just walking around and just like pressing some lanterns while monsters are just following you and not doing anything. And Jesus, even the boss is it's just a normal monster. So it doesn't even have like a proper boss pattern. Like if that was a normal boss without honor, it would be the easiest boss in the game. But now if you don't have the damage, you just end up having to deal with a shitload of volcanoes. And it just becomes unmanageable. They've also nerfed the null volcanoes, so soon it might not be as bad. I don't think that Temple of Chaos is better personally. I think it is. I've been trying to do it. I'm level 56 now, and I'm still failing to do it. Last time I just got one-shotted by the bird boss. Twice. Because one time I just took like lowered resistances and stuff. Because I didn't want to deal with all the on-ground shit. And the other time I took the on-ground shit and then I just got squeezed between the bird's tornadoes, which insta-kill you, and the ground thing, which also insta-kill you. Ah.
Who is this? A tale won't leave
I'm kind of just waiting to be at a high enough level to do Sanctum again.
Not yet.
Not do Ultimatum. I hate Ultimatums so much. The modifiers are so stupid. It's like either the monsters become completely unmanageable with 100% crit chance, or they like snare you every single hit, or you just have constant raining blood balls that you have to dodge every 3 seconds that usually, or not usually, but they can and they tend to overlap with enemies or with bosses like slams and special attacks in a way where it literally turns into an unavoidable thing. It's just... Jesus Christ. I really like the game, but... God damn! I really like the game, but I cannot agree at all with any of the trials.
I hear you. My wares are renowned.
Fire res hat, not worth.
Goodbye.
All right, we got a ring here. 11 to all elemental resistances, 23 fire res, life regen, and max life. Though it's very little max life, but this is really strong. Placing this. Now we have 60, 45, 60, everything. I have one spirit. Yeah, no, I mean that's my problem with the first trial again. It's just boring. You're literally just running. You're running and you're pressing lamp posts, turning on the light on some lamps, while you're just completely ignoring the monsters. Or you're running around completely ignoring the monsters and pulling some levers. And then there's the one where you actually fight some monsters. That one's okay, I guess. But yeah, so what do we need? 60 times 1.4. 84. That's pretty rough. We will be able to get that natively. So it should be fine. I honestly don't know if I really even want any other spirit gems. Like, what do we have? We have Cast on Ignite, but I don't want to do Cast on Ignite because there are no spells that I want to cast on Ignite. They feel terrible. Don't want to do Raging Spirit, it doesn't fit. It would be something like this, Time of Need, maybe. Just heal and remove some stuff. Overwhelming Presence would also work. Elemental Ailment, reduce Elemental Ailment threshold would mean that Flame Blast can ignite more easily. I don't know if the threshold will... no, it doesn't affect the magnitude. Only affects the chance. And this is Dexterity, I'm not doing Dexterity. That's also Dex. Yeah. It would have to be, I think, Time of Need or Overwhelming Presence. But they are pure strength. Which means we're gonna have to start taking a lot more strength. And I don't think... I mean, we don't need to have like a max level one. Even if we just have like a level 10 Overwhelming Presence, that's still decent. But what I can also do is I don't do any of that. And I simply like slot in Vitality on Blasphemy. Or on something else. Would be fine. And we killed the boss, so I just got worried that I was blabbering too much again. Not having much luck with getting more Jeweler's Orbs. Now we need to go over here. And now we do the last one, Valley of Titans.
My Akhara are permitted here, but I should not linger.
Yeah, if you really need pockets, which in my opinion you like almost always do, that I think that is a good strategy. As long as you don't run out of money doing it. I do feel pretty decent damage-wise now, though.
Not yet.
Decent, but not amazing. Yeah, I mean, the alts are pretty rare, though. Ancient Seal.
Do my eyes deceive me? I need more time.
I almost want even more spell AoE. But I think we're probably fine when it comes to that.
Land, take you.
It's quite big already. Fucking tornadoes. I really want tornado. I really want the druid to come out. It has a lot of spells I actually wanted for this build, but can't because it's not out. Can you do maps in co-op? Yeah, you can. The only thing that hinders co-op is playing in SSF League. Solo self-bound. And there's no difference between solo self-bound and standard other than it just enforces no trading and solo play. But you can just play solo self-bound in standard league as long as you just manage that yourself. Otherwise there are no real limitations for party play. Except that it might be buggy now, I don't know. It didn't work properly on release, but apparently it works now. Oh, Helix, how's it going? Would have done hardcore if there was a benefit. Well, there is a benefit. It's that you're badass. I usually played hardcore before, but... And I probably will play hardcore later, but... I kind of want to see the content. I don't feel like doing it the hardcore way first. I tried doing that in Lost Ark, or not Lost Ark, Last Epoch. And I just ended up dying and just getting tired of the game. It's, some boss just does some one-shot slam and then you die. So you didn't know about it. Ruby. Increased area of effect. Oh. But no, I genuinely think hardcore is a very enjoyable way to play Path of Exile. As long as you can get past that mindset of, you know, dying is a big deal. Dying is kind of a big deal, but it's also just like... Go again. Right now, I think I would not really enjoy it because I still think that the campaign is kind of in a rough state. But otherwise, it's kind of fast to just run through it right now. Oh, what you're doing. And yeah, I actually don't think you should play hardcore early because it is kind of difficult to know like how to make a build properly, because you know I've played thousands of hours of PoE 1 and I still don't know in this game like how what kind of defenses do I need, how many armor nodes do I need? Do I need to have like more protection against crits? Do I need to take nodes that reduce the effectiveness of curses on me? Do I need to take like ailment protection? Do I need to make sure I have stun protection? And for the people who really like figuring that stuff out in hardcore, that's great. But if you're more of like a casual hardcore enjoyer, I think I would rather know those things a little bit ahead of time. Plus, I don't really want to die to bugs too much. There are quite a lot of bugs that just kill you right now. And that I can probably live without for now. Just trying classes, seeing how the game feels. Fine for now. But yeah, hardcore does add a very important layer to the game that makes it more fun. Like that feeling of not wanting to die makes everything in the game feel like it matters more. And if you can get into that, I think that's really the best way to enjoy the game, to be honest.
I have heard whispers of such a place, where titans fought and died.
I think in PoE 1 you do kind of get a bonus, but it's It's more having to do with achievements and titles and stuff like that. The rewards from doing challenges in each league. But right now we don't have achievements and stuff like that, so. So I usually don't bother with those. But I don't really know exactly. And yeah, like you have to. Sometimes you have to stop and farm just to see if you can get more items. You know, like if your fire resistance is low at some point, you can't just keep pushing. Like you have to go and fix your fire res somehow. And that might involve farming a map for a while. Right now, I think the game, though, has the same problems that PoE1 does, which is once you get to maps, dying can often just be very random. It's like, all of a sudden, you're just dead in 1 millisecond. Allegedly. I don't know if that is actually how it is with a good build. But in PoE1, that is very much the reality. Even if you know what you're doing, even if you know how to make a good build, even if you have a good build, the game is just like, sometimes it spawns something that, together with the modifiers on your map, it just creates something that literally kills you in 1 frame. And not a huge fan of that. Is it Diablo that gives you cosmetics for finishing leagues? They do that in PoE 1 as well. But you can buy the $30 reward track, and then you can get the extra cosmetics that way. But I think there are also some cosmetics and like portal effects that you can get for free by killing all the bosses and stuff. And doing a bunch of challenges. Some of the challenges are kind of stupid though, but people usually make guides for them. It can be like, oh, you have to use this vendor recipe that will transform a gem into a white amber amulet or whatever. Just have to do that to get a couple of points. It's kind of stupid sometimes. That's why I like HC in Classic WoW. Yeah, I get it. It is the exact same thing. I just don't like it I just don't like WoW. And I don't want to play hardcore with other people. But yes, no, I 100% get that. I'm 100% on board with that. I actually want to start doing hardcore like, soon-ish. But I also want to just learn the game first.
Quickly.
Alright, more armor. 37%, it's going up, slowly but surely. Do we get anything special at the last one? Oh, 3% increased movement speed. That's actually a lot. Damn. Movement speed. Here's more movement speed. Here's more movement speed. Here's some movement speed. Very little otherwise. Isn't there a movement speed penalty down here somewhere? No, maybe not. You do get a movement speed penalty for playing armor. I don't know exactly how it works. Movement speed modifier plus 10.4. Damn, that's a pretty big penalty. Oh.
Best not do that here.
Alright. Increased area of effect. Minions have additional physical damage reduction. This is actually good, but not for me. Actually good, but not for me. Because increased area of effect also works for like Blasphemy Aura, it works for Hex Blast, it works for whatever. So, like if you're playing a minion build, you can build your minions to do more chaos damage. And then you can do what I'm doing with a Blasphemy Aura, but with Despair that lowers everything's damage or resistance to chaos. And then you can go Hex Blast. And Hex Blast removes a curse and explodes and does chaos damage in an area. But because you have the curse as an area or as an aura, it doesn't get removed because it's just constantly there. So you can just spam Hex Blast if you just have enough AoE and curse size. And that goes well with minions because you can spec minions to do more chaos damage too. And you can build chaos builds more specifically around minions too. I wonder if building a totem build would be cool. Like a warrior chaos totem build. Maybe. But yes. Armor, evasion, max life and strength. I'll keep that. Each physical damage as mana. I would have kept that if we had the Templar, but we don't, so whatever. Also, as I might have mentioned, I do kind of prefer getting the items myself on the character instead of finding it on other characters and then just equipping it. But at some point when you're playing hardcore as well, a little bit part of it is gearing up your next character. So you save gear for whatever ult you might want to play, and then if you die, it's a lot faster to get back up because you have like leveling uniques and you can just blast through the acts and just destroy everything. And when you play it like that, dying is a much lesser consequence than it is if you just start over completely from scratch every single time. And that's how most people play hardcore. you know.
Solarize ire!
I also want to try building.
Relent.
Still want my monk to work. I don't think it will. Ow. Spacing out.
Not yet.
Don't.
Son of Solarai!
Got him.
More may roam
Kill
here.
me.
It's time to go. It is warm and beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. I wouldn't say it's my first try though, since I've killed him like 7 times at this point, almost. But yeah. Mostly it just comes down to having damage, to be honest. The less damage you have, the harder the bosses are. Damage and life. And resistances. That's what matters. Skill is a vast, you know, comes much further back than just having the correct stats.
It'll take my.
This is an immense honor.
These are actually good gloves. They have a lot of resistance, but I don't have life on them. They do give 16 life, actually. It might be worth swapping just for the extra resistance. Making a build is actually 100% skill, yeah. Yeah, or, well, not exactly. Not 100%. It comes with having played the game a lot and knowing kind of what the game expects, right? So, you know, for this build, I've been playing with almost exclusively damage stuff. The only defensive stuff I've gotten is down here with some life regen. That's it. Every single node otherwise has just been damage. And that's really how you have to play the early game. Because if you... Sometimes it's worth taking something like this. You know, a short, high payout defensive node. Or like some recovery. Like recover life on kill. These two nodes are really strong for the monk. But otherwise, it should just be damage. Because it makes more damage. Makes the boss do less damage. If you're playing a melee character and you have more damage, you're stunning them more. And you're fighting them less. So you have less chances of getting hit by something that actually can kill you. But even so, life is the biggest defense. So as long as you know how to look for just blue items with a life roll, and just prioritize those, you're gonna be like twice as tanky as someone who isn't doing that properly. So every single thing that one-shots a normal player, someone who has life and just decent resistances will not die to any of the one-shots in the first 3 acts of any boss. You can stand in every single one of them. Yeah, Baphios, I also hate Act 3 maps. They're just all maze layouts, and you have to just walk around randomly until you find shit, and they're huge. We don't have any divines, or whatever they're called. So I can't really slam this. If we do that, where are my resistances? 58, 59, 50. That's pretty balanced. Let's put in some lightning then, I suppose. Yeah. Stack it up. Now we are up to 40% armor. Alright, let's go open the sandstorm. Should we try doing a trial? Should we try ultimatum again? I don't want to do ultimatum.
It must be hard for some to understand our older traditions.
Or should we just do sanctum, the second one? I don't want to do sanctum either. I don't really understand how it works, right? Like, so I can do the first sanctum, get my first 2 ascendancy points, then do the first ultimatum and get my second 2? Or is that wrong? Do you have to do the second ultimatum to get the second one? Or your third and fourth point? It feels weird. Don't really understand. Let's try finishing ultimatum again then. I do have a little bit more damage now. And tankiness. In fact, I think we have 75 all rest if we go back there. So
As with the, if you
last time we went here at like level 52 and the boss one-shotted me. And I haven't really had any problems with one-shots in the game so far. That was the only time. Like, he threw something at me, I don't even know what it was. It just felt like he sprinkled like pixie dust on me and then I just died instantly.
As much as I'd like to make things easier for you,
Monsters inflict grasping vines on hit. Alright, let's take that one.
vines restrict your every move.
Hopefully the monsters won't hit us, so. The Pelican? I don't even know. I've only seen two bosses here. It's the Chimera and or the Manticore, I think. And the bird boss that has staff and walks a little crummy and does like tornadoes. I've gotten killed by the tornadoes like 3 times or twice now. I'm not sure. Because they basically kill you instantly if you walk into them. And then if you're playing with like the big circle, the big red circle on the ground, sometimes it just like forces you into a tornado. Like either you stand in the circle and die, or you stand in the tornado and die. Which do you wanna pick? It's why I hate ultimatum, because it's so volatile. There's so many things that are just gonna randomly overlap and just not work. In a way that makes sense. But now we are almost 20. We're 19 levels above. This should be fucking doable. And if I don't actually get my second ascendancy, I'm gonna be sad. Yeah, I also tried to do that, but then
Smile off your face.
less area of effect. That doesn't matter to me. We can do that.
Always out of reach.
But sometimes they just give you stupid choices. And like monsters always crit. It's such a ridiculous modifier.
Try not to die.
I feel like this is designed for Path of Exile 1, where you can be like, I'm gonna become 100% crit immune, so you can just pick all of the crit things here, for example. Alright, dude. Good luck.
Victory is mine. Burn away!
And then you can just like ignore mechanics. That's how I feel like this is designed. Or you take like slow immune. So you can just pick the vines and you just build your character to be immune against enough of the stuff in here so that you can just play the game normally. That's how you play Ultimatum. Worth looting because it's low level.
We are only getting started.
Monsters have 300% increased critical hit chance. Challenge area contains turrets that will periodically fire projectiles ahead. I mean, that has to be easy. How bad can that be? We have 75% fire res. That has got to be free.
Escort the idol.
Be like, this is the fire thing. Oh, yeah, no, it's not even damaging me.
Stand, take you!
We did it. This should be the boss now, I think.
We are only getting started.
Runes will appear that will call deadly lightning storms if you remain in them. Okay.
Lightning descends. Chaos will bring you to your end.
Tornado, let's just not get one-shotted by the tornado. Oh, those are the lightning things. What's happening right now? We did it.
Feel sorry for you. Almost.
It was the... I think it's per day
A trial well completed.
that it becomes random. It was the tornado bird. Alright, we're gonna get this. Enemies in your presence are slowed by 20%. Now we're gonna see
And claim your reward.
how sluggish monsters are now. That's what I want to see. Gave me several useless items. That's very cool.
How can I be of it?
Hey, boss, stop fooling around. You bring someone. Take care.
All right. Now we just need to figure out where we were. We just removed the sandstorm. In search Traitor's Passage. That one's bugged. Need to go over there.
I hope there is time to protect our honored dead.
Alright. Come here, monsters. Does it work? Don't think it's working. Have I been scammed? Oh, don't... Why do you have to be ranged monsters, dude? I think it's not working. Let's go to Clearfell. It did show like a little thing. Okay, so now he's coming. And now he's slowed. So it does work. But does it work with Here he comes. Now he's slowed. Now he's giga slowed. I think it works. But it doesn't feel like it works as much as it should. It doesn't have an icon. Hard to say if this was worth it. Cool. Well, I don't know if it's bugged. Like, it's not showing up, but it is getting applied. Right? But it's hard to tell. Since I can't turn it off. I can't tell if it's actually stacking properly with the rest. I just don't like that it doesn't show up because it's like, okay. Not sure.
I need more time. Victory is mine.
And it's this kind of thing as well. Telling if the enemies are going from minus 27% move speed to like minus 39% move speed. It's kind of hard to determine.
Not yet.
But they are pretty damn slow. Like, there's no denying they are slow as fuck. Oh, you're okay. Welcome to the future, Bathios. But yeah, as I was just saying, it's really hard to tell if I'm actually getting from 19% slow to 27% slow. But they are extremely slow right now. Like, you can tell their animations are slow as fuck. What did it say exactly? Because they are slowed, right? And that is everything. So that's supposed to slow all of their movements. It's supposed to stack with blasphemy. Multiplicatively.
Burn away.
This is one of those just randomly walk around until you find something that's... But it does feel good. I think this is a good thing, but I feel like to test if this works, I would have to unspec the slow and make the recording and like verify by checking the attack speed of a zombie frame by frame. But they are, like, when you see how slow those guys are when they leap, you can tell that it's probably working. I'm interested in seeing how this feels on a boss now. It's just gonna stand there, just with everything. I mean, they kind of already do when you just strafe around them, but... There we go, there it is. But we are also getting more slow magnitude. So they might get a little bit slower. And they'll also get slower when we level up both Blasphemy and Temporal Chains. So it's only the beginning.
I need more time. Victory is mine.
This looks like an entrance. Is this an entrance? No. Because the slow gives me a lot more time to maneuver and cast big slow spells. My biggest problem with the build for ages was that enemies just kind of swarm you and you don't have any way to deal with that. But now you can just walk away from them. found these guys. Oh. That's a big fucking molten shell. Jesus Christ. Oh shit! Oh, okay, I'm gonna die. Or maybe not.
Out of mana. Victory is mine.
They are still quite slow. Though it's only around 11% now from the curse. Luckily, we can rewind time. Like, I ran out of potions, but we can rewind time and heal us forever. Free? Oh, it was fine.
Fire, take you.
It does not naturally come with 2 uses. I have linked it with whatever it's called, Second Wind.
The Faridan should know better than to let this madness transpire.
Yeah, Second Wind gives it longer cooldown, but gives you twice as many uses. And I also put increased cooldown recovery on it. For now, I'm gonna put that on time stop when we get that later. But the reason I have 2 on it is because you usually only need 1. And that means that in those few cases where you need 2, you have 2. And then you'll get it back. So you'll still pretty much always have it whenever you need it. But you won't ever run into a situation where you're like, oh, I just rewinded and then I got hit again. And now I need another one, but I don't have that because it's on cooldown. So I think that's a good place to put that. You can't really put anything else there. You could put the same things you can on other auras or other self buffs. We don't have auras yet, really. So you can put like vitality on it for a little bit of life regen. Or precision for more accuracy, clarity for more mana regen. Those things, that's pretty much it. It doesn't actually need the cooldown reduction, but I don't have anywhere else to put that right now. And the time stop cooldown is ridiculous. So that's why I kind of think time stop is probably, or time freeze, is probably the worst skill from the Chronomancer. Also, this guy, this blue guy with the siphon thing, it's the most common thing that people are complaining about right now, because they're like, oh, I need mana to kill things. If you aren't aware, it only siphons mana on the edge. So you can just stand next to the monster. That's the entire point of this thing. And,
Not yet.
you know, you don't lose any mana. So this is mostly about forcing you to be able to mitigate some damage in melee, or at least be able to walk around it. But yeah, that is like the #1 mob mechanic that people are complaining about right now. And it is, in their defense, I think it is a lot less obvious in PoE 2 than it is in PoE 1. Because in PoE 2 you can clearly see that it's like a donut. But here it kind of just looks like a circle. So it does look like, and your natural reaction is to run away from them. They actually do have more movement speed, I'm pretty sure. So if you try to run away, they will steal all your mana.
I can't do that yet.
The one thing I'm a little bit sad about is that there is actually there's no cooldown recovery on the tree outside of here. You can get 6% here and 6% here. Otherwise, I don't think there's anything cooldown. There's one node here. Reduced skill effect, and you have to take several nodes of reduced skill effect duration before you get 10% increased cooldown recovery rate. And that's all there is. This is for minions only. This is for war cries only. War cries. Oh, here you have another one. This is for attacks. This is something I could take. Because you can get... you see these little oils here when I hold in... or the little colors there when I hold down Alt. That's something that you used to get from Blight. But from what I understand, Blight isn't in the game, but... so you can get those oils from somewhere, and then you can... kind of like allocate one of these... modified, like one notable from somewhere on the tree, based on these color combinations. And you can put that on your necklace. So if there's something you really, really want from like the opposite side of the tree, you can put that on your necklace. Like here somewhere, there's this 50% increased weapon swap speed. Like if you really, really want to play a weapon swap, but you think your weapon swap is too slow, this is the only place you can get that. But that means you can always pick this on all classes, as long as you get to the point where you can grind the oils to anoint your amulet. Oh, here, this one is perfect. Area of effect and increased cooldown recovery rate. That's perfect for me. And I actually want some cooldown recovery rate, I think, because I like having cooldowns,
Fall before me.
but I think they're maybe a little bit too slow by default. And especially Time Freeze has a 60-second cooldown, which is absurd. Do you have any example about how a weapon swap build works? I was doing it on my monk, but I think I unallocated all of the weapon swap things. However, when you have skill points to distribute, normally you just pick a point, right? Like, you know, I want fire damage. Then you just go in here and you pick fire damage. But you get a total of 20 weapon set points for your character when you do the story. And that means that if you want to play like hybrid fire and ice, for example, and you use 2 different staves for that. So you want to have a fire staff and you want to have an ice staff. You don't necessarily need that because you can just have a spell damage staff, right? But if you want to like super optimize that, you can click the button up here when you have a skill point. Like if you don't have any skill points, you can't do it. And then you click weapon set 1 here, and then you can just put a point down here, pick like intelligence, and then go in here and pick the entire fire thing here using these points. And then you can go into the second one and pick all the ice ones. And then you equip your ice staff in your second weapon set. And then you go in and you like go into your ice skill here and you pick... I don't have 2 staves, but... Here it says used with weapon set 1 or 2. Then you can disable a skill and make it only usable with the second weapon set. That way your character will swap to the other weapon. But also, it will use the other passive tree set that you've done here. So you can have only cold skills or only cold nodes, or your second weapon set that only does cold spells, and you have only the fire node ones for your fire one. And to make it more like distinct, if we go down here to the mercenary, here you have one-handed damage. Do we have any ranged stuff here? Well, here you have some projectile damage, right? So if you want to play melee with a crossbow, you can allocate these projectile damage nodes with only your second weapon set points. And then just, you have a crossbow that it uses like kind of like a separate passive tree. And that way you can make hybrid builds more viable and using more weapons and stuff more viable. And then you just have the skills down here. You have like the crossbow skill there. And when you press it, the character just automatically swaps to it and shoots. It's a little bit hard to follow, I imagine, but once you see it in practice and try it, it's quite simple. Yeah, you could spec into freeze entirely on your second one, but you only have 20 points that you can do something different with. And those points are like they're kind of part of the points that you have normally, right? So let's say you've leveled up 20 times and you have 20 points to spend right now because you've just been saving them because you're weird. You can then kind of split them so that you put 20 into this area and 20 into this area. But they're all used up. And that's why when you get those skill point books, they're called weapon set points or whatever, weapon set skill points. You don't need to use them in... You can just use them like normal skill points, but you can also do those little shenanigans with them. Okay. You still need more armor. I think projectiles is my biggest weakness. Because they're not necessarily close enough to... get slowed. Just gonna fucking blast the shit out of me. Dead. Two more points in there. Did I go too far, by the way? Sisters of Garukan. Can't tell, like, is that here? I think it's in the spires of Beshar. Because that's free lightning resistance, and it's really easy to miss.
I need more time.
Yeah, I mean, shields are fine. Shields are good. But just like everything, you kind of have to spec into it a little bit for them to be good. And yeah, being a guy with a big hammer is just way cooler. That's just the reality of the situation.
I'm carrying enough already.
Oh, we don't have 100% chance to ignite still. Even with 100% more chance to ignite and 40% more chance to critically hit. What? That's not the right one. The other one. But I just don't... I'm not personally a huge fan of maces in the first place.
You found when I have
So...
goodbye.
I do want to play sword and shield. But mace and shield, not so much.
Care for a story? Do not wander.
Wait, what was that? Bad Chaos Res ring. Okay.
Do not wander. What? Do not
Maybe we'll take it. It is 20 Chaos Res on my monk. Because he gets
No need to rush.
double Chaos Res. 35 Spirit Chest.
Warm nights.
That's the one you're supposed to have. I don't know why you had the other one. Yeah, now we have 50% more chance to inflict ailments. I know which one you mean. Yes. Templar is one of my most played classes in PoE 1. Because I really like trying to make hybrid stuff work, even in PoE 1. But it pretty much never does. So. I don't understand how it works. Like, okay, so to get your 4th ascendancy, or rather to get the last 2 ascendancy points, you have to kill like a pinnacle boss. But what about the 3rd one? Because it's so weird. I don't understand this design at all. Because you see, this is Sanctum, right? You have the Jin Barya here. And when it says number of trials, 1, that means that's for the first ascension. So you get your first 2 points there. And then here it says number of trials, 2. And that's for getting your other 2 points. But you can also just do Ultimatum with 4 trials. That's also your first ascendancy, but it's also your second ascendancy. So if I do the first Ultimatum and the first Sanctum, what happens when I do the second Sanctum then? Don't understand. It's such weird design right now. I hate the trials. So dumb. So now we have that. What do we want to take next? Oh, you know what? Let's actually go back and respec. Get those crit points back.
A step closer to legend.
I like that you can do this. Like, I like these. I like that they have downsides to things. Like this, I get reduced damage, but I have bigger AoE. And you get like a big boost to AoE because you sacrifice something. I like that. Or here, it's the opposite. You get shitloads of damage, but you get less AoE. I see a lot of people complaining about that on the forums. And I just hope they don't listen to almost anyone. I think that they should... I would rather they literally deleted the current trials, because they're so stupid. But pretty much everything else, they should not listen to almost a single thing. Oh, we have more slow magnitude here. More skill effect duration. That doesn't really help us that much, but it will improve the curse. And it might increase the duration of solar orb, which won't really help that much. Yeah, honestly, the trials is like the only thing that I'm actually upset about with the game. Everything else is pretty much exactly what I was hoping for. The game feels a lot more meaty. Everything feels like it matters more than it does in PoE 1. Itemization is better, though it's not perfect, but like, you know, we have weapon swapping now that fixes a lot of stuff. I think the current drop rate is perfect. Perfect to slightly too high, but I think it's perfect. I don't think they should reduce it. Because once you know how to get items, you pretty much always find stuff. There are a lot of retards on forums, Bathios, that is absolutely true. They say things. I know. Like, melee is one of the strongest builds now. And you can, like, just stun lock every single thing in the entire game. With, like, AoEs that are... like, the entire screen. You can literally do Trial of the Secumus or Sanctum with just basic mace strike. And it's not even hard. As long as you know how to get the damage for it. It's... But the trials are so dumb. And they're gonna... From what I understand, they might be adding Trial of the Ancients, which is the worst PoE league ever made. That's gonna be the third one, apparently. Maybe. Oh my god. It makes me angry just thinking about it. Anyway. We have 3 points to spend. I think we are going to get more slow magnitude. I don't think we're really adjacent to anything else that's really good right now. I think we need this. Faster start of energy shield recharge. Because we don't have that much energy shield. And if we don't get faster start of the recharge, then it's just never going to be there when we need it. We need the Halo shield to recharge faster. I need that more than I need more Halo shield. So I think we'll try to get like the hybrid energy shield nodes and then just faster energy shields recharge. And most importantly, faster start of energy shield recharge. That's what we need. Like 100%. Faster start. 25%, 15%. This is a good node. We should take this one. There's not a lot of them. %30 here. So, okay. 30%, 45, 50, 70%, 85%. So if we just take this here, that should be fine. And we can travel through the mono region here and get just a little teeny tiny bit of mono region. There's you can't really do much, I would say, right now. The only thing I was gonna try something like that too. I just haven't gotten to it. But the only thing you can really do is just play mace, or like you can play quarterstaff, but you're not gonna get the frost DK vibes from quarterstaff. Or you can play mace and go up here a little bit. But the problem there is that you're not gonna have any skills that actually convert to ice. So you're gonna have to find weapons that roll flat cold. So that's what you're gonna have to deal with. I don't know really. Like the best you can do is you can put cold infusion on one skill. Right. That way you can have one skill that is an actual frost skill. But the other ones are only going to be completely reliant on weapon. Anyway, we're gonna get a point here. Let's get strength, and then we're gonna go here and get more slow magnitude. And we'll get that, which will make us do more damage against slowed enemies. And I imagine later on, when we get the Templar, we might start seeing more hybrid stuff on other weapons like the mace. You know, maybe seeing stuff like Ice Crash or whatever on a mace. But I think the flail is probably going to take up that more and fill in most of the typical Templar skills from PoE 1. And I saw someone found tooltips for the other weapons in the game somewhere. And there it said that swords will focus a lot around elemental skills. And so I think that's kind of how they're gonna create hybridization there. You're gonna have like physical skills, like cleave and shit, and then you're gonna have more elemental abilities. Which is kind of weird because the sword is okay, it's not that weird actually. Because its swords are, I think, 75% dex, 25% strength. which means it's pretty close to like monk. You know? Because that's kind of how it works. If a weapon is 75% strength, or 75% dex and 25% strength, the idea is kind of that whatever you need for it is going to be like around here-ish. And the Pathfinder, or the... what is it called? The last one. The last ranger in PoE 1 is about elemental damage with swords and stuff. But we don't have an actual sword node down here. That's down there. I don't understand. Like, this is supposed to give lightning? Okay, does it do that? I don't know. Do you just, like, get the lightning rest for just killing those sisters? I didn't get the drop, did I? Yeah, I have it. Okay, well, alright, I guess. We have 72 lightning rest. The one thing I worry about with this slow strat is that it might make the game boring. Because what if the enemies just become that slow that they're just kind of whipping me, and it just... because it's already a lot like you kind of just walk in a circle on some bosses. And what if every single boss just becomes walk in a circle and you're invulnerable? I mean, this boss is walking a circle and you're invulnerable. I don't know if this boss can even kill you.
The time of the Faradin is nigh.
Has anyone died to this boss ever? I'm gonna be the first one. Is he glitched? Yeah, his vid's bugged up. I don't think he can even hit you. Like, his slams they don't work. Oh, he hit me. Holy shit. I do think we need a little bit more fire pen though. But it's mostly fine.
Shaman-Ra will pay for raising the Defiler.
Quickly.
What?
We are probably falling behind a little bit on damage because of my weapon.
I hear you.
It's
Take your time.
actually really good, but it's almost 20 levels old at this point.
Warm nights.
Nah, no gamble.
The fair as we
We will have our justice.
Travel to the Dreadnought. Yeah.
we now have. Ready yourself. We must prevail.
Let's see if we're gonna super die here.
Fall.
Because the difficulty really spikes here.
Burn away.
If we are tanky enough to survive all the physical damage.
Not yet.
Taking a little damage. But no, that they feel just fine right now.
Will of the Marike.
I think I want to maybe make Flame Blast explode on death. But that's probably gonna be a lot later. I think that would make it feel a bit chunkier, but I think we're mostly fine for random mobs, so not too concerned about that. Cleaning up some strays now and then is kind of not that big of a deal.
I need more time.
And then apparently you want to have elemental threshold, whatever it's called. Someone said. I'm sure this random person was correct. And I imagine a little bit of stun threshold, like one node of stun threshold, would probably also be good. There's one over here, I think, that's really nice. This one, 10% global defenses, and you also get stun threshold all the way. Then you also have stun recovery, which is like... Don't know if I care about that. I kind of almost feel like you want to choose one of these. Because regenerate 5% life over 1 second when stunned. That actually sounds pretty damn strong. But I also would rather just not get stunned, typically. Ooh, fuck. I am noticing, though, that getting that armor, it makes a big difference. I don't know exactly how the formula works, but getting more armor is mostly useful for trash mods. It's less useful for bosses, though it is useful for bosses too, but it's less useful to survive big slams and stuff. That's what you want life for, from what I understand. And armor helps you deal with the smaller hits, because almost all bosses have little slams, they have normal attacks that they just kind of hit you with sometimes. And little stray stuff. Alright, Betfuse. See you later. Take care.
I can't do that yet. Beautiful one.
Grim Slash. He has a hinder aura. Oh, it's my mirror match. Let's curse this bitch.
Didn't break a sweat.
Oh, you know what? Less cost. That goes in flammability for sure. Because it costs 190 freaking mana. Another neat trick you can do, if you're playing like a curse build, you can also put a curse on a cooldown for the bigger AoE. Because you don't need to use curses that often, and if you can just make it like huge, That's gonna make it feel a lot better. Unless you really want to put something else on cooldown. I think curses are prime real estate to do that. It's only a 6-second cooldown anyway. I want it on my gigantic fireball.
I need more time.
The issue with this map is that there are so many just physical ranged mobs. I think at least that's what they are. It sounds like it. And it feels like it. When they're like stuck like this and you walk in, it's the same effect as in PoE1. Or at least it used to be. Nowadays, you know, nothing matters in the campaign in PoE1, you basically can't die. But back in the day, when you were in like the Spider Temple, for example, or you were doing Incursion, and you opened a door and there were those little chaos monsters that they look like they've got a little bill, a curved little neck, and then they shoot just chaos projectiles at you. And you open a door and there's like 12 of them just sitting there and they all just immediately fire 12 rounds at you. And then you just eat that shit with no chaos resistance. That's what this feels like. It would be interesting to know like why Path of Exile 1 is so much easier now. Because in my mind, it's not because I'm better at the game, but maybe I am. Like maybe that is the case. It's kind of hard to tell. But it feels like they have basically nerfed every single boss's damage by like 40%. It's like that much. And the same with like every single enemy just does like 40% less damage than they did back during the Conqueror of the Atlas. And I honestly, like, those leagues were the best leagues. Back during the Fall of Oria, those leagues then, they were the best. Just the entire thing revolving around the Atlas. Or, like, Elder being the main thing. Those leagues were the best leagues by far. Because it felt like it was, you know, like you just got more Path of Exile. And now you have this new boss that you have to figure out how to find and kill. And it just changed the maps and shit like that. And even I'm not a fan of Incursion. Because I don't like the time-gated mechanics. Like, anything where you have to be a speed-clearing build are bad mechanics for me, in my mind. Because I don't think the game needs to work like that. But even so,
Not yet.
Incursion was still like... It felt like a lore expansion.
Carrying enough already.
And I don't really care about the lore. But because it kind of operates within that sphere, it just feels better. It feels more like it's a real part of the game. And then we get shit like fucking Trial of the Ancients, that's literally just like a football side episode. That just pisses me off. And you might as well give us a Plants vs. Zombies league. Like, I'm not surprised we haven't had a Plants vs. Zombies league. Delirium was like low mid.
You again.
It was
The
not good,
fool under the hooded one's
but
sway.
it did
You
operate
even
within
know
that
what
same
he is.
sphere, where it was more like a lore expansion.
Capable than Count Geonor. My
But the actual mechanic
take
was
the path
bad.
you were promised. Put an end to this
It was just Breach. It was literally just Breach, but too much.
Bow before your king.
The Medicus do not bow to kings. We skin them.
The era of the Faradun is now.
Breach where you have to go and run the entire map and then backtrack it. It was just not good.
The era of the Faradun is now. We are the Storm. We will have what is ours.
Can we get the Giga Firestorm here?
I can't do that yet.
Don't blow up on me. Ah!
For my people. We will have
Drinking mana potions feels insane. I actually like drinking mana potions. It feels quaint.
Running out of time. End this.
I will hold this oppressor at bay.
Is my boss damage really that bad? Let's see here. Do we get the last node now, or? Yes. Alright, that's 30% increased. Damn.
Impede my enemies. Our gift to you.
Ouch. Stood in his slam.
Fall, damn you. The era of the Faradun is now. Our gift to you.
Ouch.
Not yet.
The Malekith will pay. I call the wind.
Burn away.
Our gift to you. We will blot out the sun. The Malekith will pay. Into dust. Take our hate. We will blot out the sun.
Like, do you see?
Of the Faradun is now.
I've been hit by his overhead slam like every single time. I've dodged it once so far.
Of hate.
I need more time.
And I don't even take... I barely take half of my life.
The Malekith will pay. Endless hate. I will erase you.
On cool.
Our gift to you.
Ouch. I failed again.
Cannot give
Need
up.
more time.
Winds to me. Endless hate. Horde of hate. sycamore!
Asala!
You have accomplished.
This is not over. Not yet.
Chronomancer! I return you to the embrace of death! It is done. The war is over. Begun with.
Hexer's robe.
I'm carrying enough already.
That. The Black Doubt. Hexer's robe. Increased energy shield. Plus 10 intelligence. Damage over time bypasses your energy shield. While not on full life, sacrifice 10% of mana per second to recover that much life. Okay. So this is like... This is like a different version of Mind Over Matter. That this one heals you instead of pressing, or instead of reducing damage taken. I wonder how does Blood Mage work? Does it give you... Because I know Blood Mage, or I think Blood Mage has a node that grants you bonus health based on the energy shield of your chest piece, I think. So, does that replace the energy shield, or do you just get extra? Alright. Boy is gone. Because if it replaces it, then nah. But... if you get both, then playing this with Blood Mage and Eldritch Battery could be interesting. That way, every single time that you pay life as well to cast your spells, you'll just recover that immediately from your mana. It will like double your mana cost, but... kind of an interesting unique. Max life, crit accuracy, dex, int. Hooded mask. Nah.
Hello. I will tell your tale. Care for a story?
Good morning, Cha-Cha. Crash.
Do not wander.
Alright. Let's go get our last spirit so that we can make our slow aura even more powerful. But first... let's see. We can just put Heightened Curse on our curse. Let's take a look. Flammability. Focused Curse. Okay, so you can create burning ground. Runic inscriptions. I feel like you should have that as a tag if that's something. But yeah, apparently we can make the curse create ignited ground that just does 20% of my maximum mana as fire damage on the ground. Which sounds actually like extremely strong. But is it an ignite then? Anyway, whatever. We have heightened curse. It's already extremely expensive, but hey. We have ritualistic curse, which makes flammability even larger, and it doesn't actually increase its cost. This is actually kind of interesting. So if we take this and cursed ground, can you just make like a huge curse that just kills the entire screen? Stack mana to do more damage and then play. So that way you could curse to ignite and then you can firestorm. But I don't think Firestorm can do... No, Firestorm can do Mana Flare. So Firestorm Mana Flare is a little bit interesting. But it also says consumes 20% of maximum of current mana. So if this triggers like 5 times in a row, we just don't have any more mana. Well, it says current. So it'll keep going down, but it won't go to 0 necessarily. Okay. Because what you can do with Firestorm is you can put Overabundance on it to give it +1 limit, and then put Spell Echo on it, and then you'll double cast Firestorm, and it'll put 2 Firestorms in the same place, and that way you might be able to turbo trigger Mana Flare a lot more. It will also be your only skill that does Mana Flare. You don't have that many on-hit fire spells. But anyway, what do we put on flammability? Heightened Curse, we can just pop in there, but I intend to use that on Blasphemy. So I think we'll do it the easy way here. Just make it faster. No other fucky stuff. Just make it happen faster.
I will tell your tale.
My wares are renowned. Goodbye.
Nothing super interesting there.
My worst.
Come now, Shade. Share your truth with me.
Hello, Linnea. How's it going? What's this? That local? Some guy is just asking a question. You have to do the Ascent to Power quest again in the Cruel Run. Okay, so we don't have the bonus ignite chance on Flame Blast yet. Or the bonus ignite duration. How long do our ignites last? Ignite duration 4 seconds. Estimated ignite damage per second. That's not true. Alright. Act 3.
You're right. I am. It will all. There.
The husband of Garukan.
How
Alright. Here.
What is it? Yes, until then.
the beast has grown too powerful.
The
We can
beast.
no longer contain it through.
I'm gonna make some more coffee.
There was once an empire that embraced corruption. They studied it, mastered it, and became the greatest civilization the world has ever known. But it led to their destruction. Our allies will continue the pursuit of the beast, but we shall undertake a different search. We must go to the ruins of the Val Empire, in search of a weapon against the coming cataclysm.
Takes forever to boil coffee. Still no patch updates. People are really upset about on-death effects, and I think I agree. So it's not as cut and dry as just removing them necessarily. They do. There's like a sliver of purpose to them, but I don't know if I think that all the negative stuff that comes from them being in the game. That I actually don't mind on death effects. Some degree. Like the fat guys in Diablo 3. I thought that was good. I liked that. That's an on-death effect. But the thing about them is that they usually chunk you quite hard. But it's not something that almost ever kills you. So it's like, it becomes more of a flavor thing that you, or more like a strategy for fighting them, that you have to stay away from it a little bit. So I think on-death effects can be good, but I think on-death effects that fucking annihilate you are bad. Especially on-death effects that just kind of annihilate you after you finished killing a rare mob. I think that's really bad. But it's not like just purely bad. The big fat guys are like almost one of my favorite mobs in Diablo 3. Big fat guys and the guys with like a mace that charge it up and slam you. Those are also good. Not a lot of good other mobs in Diablo 3 though. Most of them just kind of exist and die. Alright, it's boiling now. Because the truth is, almost every single mechanic that's in the game that feels not like super optimal actually serves a real purpose, right? Even clicking the well serves a purpose. And the well is a little hard to describe. But it has to do with like world integration. That's what it has to do with. Instead of going up into town and just your flasks just recharge, having to go to the well, it kind of adds a step of having to interact with the world to get something. And that makes it makes the well have purpose and exist within the world, and it makes, you know, it's very vague psychological stuff, and I don't 100% agree with the well. That's like the reason for it existing. Along those lines. It's an attempt to add in or add back a little bit of immersion to the game with one tiny little chore. But I think it kind of falls flat a little bit because potions aren't... You know, like Dark Souls does the same thing. When you go and you sit down at a bonfire, that recharges your Estus flasks. It's the same idea. But the potions aren't as impactful and as limiting as the Estus flask is. So when you're sitting down at a bonfire in Dark Souls, that's like a break. Like, oh yeah, I finally got here, and now I can get my Estus flasks back. While here, because the potions aren't as limiting in like how far you can progress and what you can do, it just becomes kind of meaningless. And that's the reason I don't agree with it, because it doesn't fulfill its intended purpose enough versus how annoying it is to go and click the well.
Exile is close. Be careful.
But most things have like a secondary purpose like that beyond just its function. Respecking is the same. Respecking having gold is also a very important aspect of respecking. There are more things, but it's, to me, it boils down to people wanting portals in World of Warcraft, and then getting portals in World of Warcraft ruined the game. That's kind of what it boils down to. Yummy. The same thing is true for runes. The same is true for crafting not existing in the game. Rather, the crafting bench. And I think when it comes to the core game design, I think they understand that quite well. But then when it comes to league design, they just don't know what the fuck they're doing. Which is really strange to me. Like GG feels like a very schizophrenic company in that sense. Like they understand what makes the base game good, and then they ruin it with leaks. Like, which is why I think it's a mistake that they are doing such elaborate stuff, because I think less elaborate leagues are better. Because then we get less stuff that will negatively impact the game. We just get more stuff for the game. Get more maps, more bosses. That kind of stuff. That's what's important. Not being able to play tower defense. Because you're tired of PoE. Like, I'd literally seen people talk about that. They were like, oh, I'm so tired of playing PoE. It's so nice that I can go and play tower defense. Or I can play an auto-battler inside PoE. I'm like, just turn the game off, bro. Just go play something else. What's your problem?
I need more time. Fire, take you.
Flame Blast feels pretty good, but I also think that it needs to be on a cooldown. Playing Flame Blast without a cooldown is just annoying. If you could make it trigger, like automatically when it gets to max stages, that would be like okay, but you have to manually time it and release it, and this feels clunky. But we still need Ember Fusillade. I was hoping to be able to get rid of that, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Because we can't do enough boss damage with just this. Speaking of boss damage, where is the boss? Do you even need to pass by the boss to reach the exit here? No. I don't need to kill him though. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck that guy.
A traditional place, overrun by vagabonds. I disapprove. Oh, hello. Be sure. This woman is cute.
What kind of I can buy?
You cannot forever outrun death. Why let it shackle you?
Here. Monkey. Cruel monkey.
mighty Val Empire, now just an overgrown jungle. You are nothing!
Alright, let's just do that instantly.
What is worse, snakes or scorpions?
I'm stuck! Whoa! Holy moly! Holy shit, boy! Really? We got corpse explosion. Corpse explosion is also terrible.
Die, forgotten!
If I can get charge recovery per second on my mana flask, then I think I might not need to bother getting mana on the tree at all.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
First enemies are slowed by 26%. What do we have now? First enemies are slowed by 20. What if we do that? It only increases the curse duration. Okay. In that case, it's not worth getting that. Let's get more single target damage. Alright, we found the thing. Warm coffee. I've been drinking cold coffee like every single day for ages. Ooh. It's much better warm. We get the same reward. Oh no, Chaos Res. I'll take Chaos Res. Definitely Chaos Res.
She knows how to part fools from their coin. Clever.
Let's regal this amulet. Hit the damage bonus. Meh.
Anything catch your eye? It's a deal.
You are nothing!
I can't do that yet. My staff is also falling behind. I'm very interested in seeing what unique caster weapons might look like. And not the leveling one, but like real ones. I want to see like unique spells and shit. Hopefully, they didn't make a bunch of spells and put them on unique weapons, and then made the unique useless. That would be so annoying. They borderline... Jesus Christ. They borderline do that in PoE1. Like Death's Oath. Death's Oath wasn't useless, but you had to like make a Death's Oath build to use it. I always wanted to make a Death's Oath like Templar melee build with actual attacks and stuff, but you needed to... The only way to do that was to have like, oh, greater jeweler's orb. I don't want that. I want the lesser one. Hmm. Forgot to re-equip that. We haven't found a single greater. Oh, I guess I got lucky. I hope lessers still drop properly in maps and higher level zones, so I don't have to go back and like farm a low level one. Lamb, Regal,
Galkan
Augment.
favors me.
This armor is still just super strong. I feel like I want to use the Greater, but I feel like I should wait until I can make Flame Blast better. Because I feel like Flame Blast is where we should put our focus. Solar Orb is neat, but I think once I get like one more socket in Solar Orb, it might be borderline done. I think what we might put on in Solar Orb is like maybe the Ignite Explode on Death thing. And Exposure. Now that they have buffed Exposure. Or when they finally do buff Exposure.
How goes the jungle?
What you got?
If you've got the coin.
Holy fuck.
Risked my neck for that beauty.
135 to maximum life, 18 fire rest. That's a regal. Increased armor. Oh boy! That's a fucking slam. Oh! Yep, that's a new armor. My current one doesn't have any life. And I also put iron runes into it, which is a mistake.
Mind the
Do I have enough armor scraps? No, I don't. But we have 2 sockets. Alright, so... we have fire, we have cold, that's low. So I'm just gonna put in fire and cold. Oh. Ooh. Fire. Oh, you can stack these? Oh, yeah, okay. Fair enough. I thought these were gonna start not stacking. Okay, so they're bugged. Okay, that's cute. So the runes in the currency tab, they have a stack size of 10 maximum. So when you just control click to pop them in, they don't stack. But you can stack them manually. Anyone else there? That one. No, these are different. One, two, three, four, 5. You can get 1.5% regen on armor if you want. That doesn't seem worth it. Maybe if you have increased life regen. But otherwise, I think iron runes are just the best runes. That or max life. What the fuck? Holy shit!
Greetings.
A new
The
realm
armor
of
was
power.
carrying my stats so hard. I don't know if I can get enough intelligence. Okay. We're back. But I have just about enough strength. Wear my gear. Oh, we have a staff. Used attribute requirements. Oh, 92 max life shield. We'll keep that.
Take your time. It's a deal.
Oh, Path of Exile other news. Oh, come on. Don't add me now when I'm waiting for patches. Selling services, who cares? I do. My aura is on, yes.
Will of the Marrakech.
You know, I kind of want to try the fire curse thing. But I don't think I have enough tier 3 supports. Let's go try it. 'Cause I'm kind of curious how much damage it does. Since it's based on like 20% of my max mana, I feel like that should be a lot of damage already. Fly mobility we need. Ritualistic curse. We need Burning Inscription, right? So if we pop those in, unfortunately it costs my entire mana pool. But what is that gonna actually do? Yeah, that was terrible. Barely does anything at all. I think you can probably do something cool with this. But this is another ignite only mechanic. And what that means is that it's not gonna work with like any other fire spell. Alright. Well, we tried it. This, I think what it kind of means is if the Burning Ground does damage equal to 20% of my, let's say it's my maximum mana just for simplicity's sake. Ignite then only does 20% of that damage over 4 seconds. So I would have to scale Ignite up magnitude-wise for that to do any damage. And you would need to also have a lot of mana for it to actually do decent Ignite. But if you do, I imagine it could be a good spell, kind of. Barely even know what I'm looking for here. Monkey? Well, there was a monkey, but not the monkey.
Fall before me.
Is it here? I think it's here. Monkey? Oh yeah, monkey man. Survived the slam, easy.
How does it lift that thing?
And we're dead. By we, I mean him. Oh!
Careful.
We're dropping maps now. We're getting close. Alright, what do we want now then? We want to continue. No, let's go get that. More slow magnitude. Hell yeah. Get 1 strength. Just in case we get new gear. And then we're gonna get more int.
Sands have you.
Is there only one exit on this map? I think we want to go to...
Power unbound.
Not on waterways. Not here. So it's... More skill effect duration. That's mostly for the curse, but it should also increase our like firestorm. Am I currently using extended duration on anything? Yeah, on firestorm. So right now, firestorm duration 10 seconds. And the same thing with like solar orbs, because getting more duration isn't like directly great or anything. But what it will do is it will make you able to cast it less, because casting the spell is a DPS loss. So as long as you can put it out, and the longer it stays, the more you can do something else, right? Obviously. It'll affect, but it will affect Living Bomb negatively too. Because the more skill effect duration we take,
What lives in these hides?
the longer the siege duration will be on Living Bomb.
Fire, thank you.
But I wouldn't mind swapping that to Firebolt either. Firebolt kind of feels kind of meek, but it's fine.
Didn't break a sweat.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, what the fuck? That's huge!
I can't do that yet. A rare treasure.
Ultimate Life Flask. If the Ultimate Life Flask isn't the best one, then that's false advertisement. I think it's the best one. That's potentially really OP.
Worth every coin.
That one, not so much. Do we look for one-handed maces too?
You drive a hard bargain.
%43% increased charges. But
You drive a hard bargain. Impressive haul. May fortune favor you.
I must travel light.
come on.
Greetings for the right price. Impressive haul.
$53 spirit. You know what? I'm gonna keep that.
Mind yourself.
Fall before me.
I don't really understand how shattering works, because from what I understood, shattering is supposed to be something you can do on frozen monsters, right? But I thought like most physical damage would shatter or something like that, or maces would shatter, but I don't feel like I have seen anything or like gotten that feeling that it does. This is it. This is it. Time.
Servi was right. The Azak must be dealt with.
Spirit, you bitch. This... I think you should actually walk around the edge on this arena too. Because I think her boss arena can be in... like up, left, and right. Let's do that. Let's just head over to the left here. Wait, can't you get... explode? Yeah, you can get explodey here. Increased area of effect. Burning enemies you kill have a 5% chance to explode. Dealing a tenth of their maximum life as fire damage. 35% increased damage with hits against burning enemies. Here we have 40% chance to ignite. Enemies ignited by you have minus 5% resistance. I guess we want this whole thing then. So we'll have to go up here. 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 Take this whole thing too. 40% increased elemental damage. When do we get Pyroblast? Well, that's a very good question, but I have Flame Blast, but it's not quite the same. The fireball that exists in the game is terrible, and I don't like it at all, unfortunately. I would have liked playing fireball otherwise. No Pompyro here. But I do have a big explosion. Pompyro is so dog shit. What do you mean? It's a huge fireball that just flies at you. How can that be bad? Instant, man.
I can't see that yet.
Yeah, man. That's at least one kill every 30 minutes. Where's this bitch? Where are you? Shh. Back-to-back crit? What do you mean back-to-back? I thought you were supposed to only crit once with the Shadow Bolt, and then it's over. Boss? There we go. Hello, bitch.
She flies, of course.
I like this song. It's pretty good. I think her pattern is slightly different now. It's still, bitch. It's still.
I need more time. Out of mana. I need more time. In your car. Not yet.
I think this is one of my favorite bosses after Geonor. Or whatever his name is. Dogman. It's not that hard, but she actually has some stuff that's pretty decent. Challenge-wise. When she places those little red curses on the ground.
May your spirit shriek for eternity, vile one.
Oh. Oh. Here we go. And we still have spirit left. Yes. We can get Blink now, Archmage, Elemental Conflux, but I don't have... I'm using all of my spirit to just slow the shit out of everything. Upgrade Blasphemy. Firestorm damage.
You?
Shock, poison, bleeding. Don't really know what to take. I feel like shock is what I'm most worried about, but at the same time it's
It was my
like
honor to assist you.
the only time I feel like I'm getting shocked is when I'm standing in shocked ground. And the charm isn't gonna help with that. Actually, it will a little bit. Because you gain immunity for 3 seconds. But I wish it had more duration.
Take
time. Ah, it's a deal.
You got nothing. Sigil of power. You know what? Maybe Sigil of Power is the way to go. Maybe that's what we want. More spell damage per stage. Because I just want like big fat spells. But then I won't have like a basic spell. Nah. Nah, I kind of... I think I just want a Firebolt Staff.
Bye-bye.
There we go. Gains charges per second. It's... I honestly don't know if it's actually a good thing. Maybe instant recovery is better. Couple of those. Here I'm just trying to get the chaos so I can try gambling on this, but so far no luck, and we are leaving this weapon behind anyway. It's not high enough level. If it had just gotten plus level of fire skills, it would have been great. In reality, we actually want plus to level up all spell skills, because that will also affect blasphemy and... Oh well, is blasphemy... No, blasphemy is a buff, but it will affect temporal chains. Slow inflicted, 32%. Okay, so it doesn't increase the effect, it reduces the curse effect modifier. Slurp from the well. Jungle Ruin. Reset? What's the Jungle Ruin we were in, right? Oh. Alright. Let's go find the Chimeral Wasteland. Look how fucking slow they are, dude. Like they can barely move. Oh. Did I fail to cast the curse? No, whatever.
Die, forgotten!
Hello there. I got the goods. If you've got the coin. Hope to see you soon.
Nah. Look at them! They're so slow. They're walking at like half speed. They can't. They cannot catch up to me when I am moving while casting. That's hilarious.
I can't do that yet.
Die, scum!
Infested barrens. Yes, that's where we want to go. Oh wait, I already found the infested barrens? Maybe I did. I forgot about that. Nice. Fucking invulnerable, dude. That is bullshit, man. Come on. Alright, we did it. Survived anyway. I kind of want to have Blink, but I can't fit it. Blink. I need to roll like 60 on my 60 spirit on the chest, or I don't know. And I think Chronomancer is the best class for Blink by far. Because you still have a dodge roll as a Chronomancer when Blink is on cooldown.
I can't do that yet.
Are these guys just... No, okay, there. Finally, he's taking some damage.
Not yet.
Oh no, this guy heals allies. There we go.
Good deity. Treasures lost to time. Now yours.
I think this is the same. It has the same stuff as
Impressive
before.
haul. Farewell.
That's not what we want to find.
Fire, thank you!
Stuns? Oh shit! Oh shit! Lagging!
I need more time. Didn't break a sweat.
Here, bitch! There. I actually kind of think that Ember Fusillade is what we should upgrade. Because that is our boss killer. As much as I like the other skills, I don't think they matter as much. It's like killing rares and killing bosses. That's the most important thing, right? So I think we should put our greater ruler's orb on that. Because it's like either that or we swap it for fireball. But I don't want to play fireball. It's ugly and stupid.
I've never seen such beauty.
And
Oases at home lacked such splendid color.
I don't think it can compete either. Just based on how the spell works, I don't think it can compete with Ember Sludge, just single target damage.
Ah, toxins.
Let me out!
Victory is mine.
Right now I'm picking up shields based on if I like the way they look.
I must travel light. Ugh, typical.
Back we go. I think I'm gonna save Elks more
Welcome. Some pretty
for later.
yes.
Max life, fire res.
Make the most of it.
Good.
Take care.
Quickly.
Eh? Don't get eaten.
Anything catch your eye? My tribe could use that. Keep your eyes sharp.
Almost only bad items. Intelligence. I kind of actually have to start disenchanting blues. Running out of transmutes.
Farewell.
Essences feel like a waste to use before you get to maps, because they're kind of rare. This is all I've found on like 4 characters. But let's not loot fucking maces. It's enough to look for weapons for your main class. If I find a good rare, then that's that. But I'm not gonna go around transmuting random white maces. Temple of Chaos. Level up. No? Jesus. Oh. I thought we were like 1 millimeter. No, it's an entire thing.
A magnificent sight, but deadly all the same.
Is there anything actually like interesting in here, or is it literally just a bunch of mobs? Poison. Oh yeah, there's a little mini boss here. Forgot about this guy.
A beast most strange.
Amulets are rare as hell, I feel like. Both rings and amulets are very, very rare. Now we get 10% more low magnitude. Yeah. I think we have enough slow magnitude now. If there is more on the tree, it's gonna be like a million miles away. I think it's enough. We're gonna get more from just leveling up too. I kind of don't like this boss. He kind of just owns himself. He doesn't do anything. He's just like, okay, now I'm gonna go over here and own myself.
Fire take you!
That skill is retarded though. I'm not really sure where to go.
Birthday way! I need more time.
You did it. $61.
Quickly.
Hey there. Take your time. Ah, it's idea.
Oh, shit.
It is yours.
Got anything else good here? No. 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 No.
Keep your eyes sharp.
Don't get eaten.
Yeah. That's all our spells upgraded. Actually a good necklace. Kind of. What about this one? That's also good. 116 max life, 21% increased cast speed, 21 life regen, and also implicit 23% increased mana regen. Both of these are pretty good. This one is much better though, because it has 116 life. And I think we're gonna replace the one we have, because it gives 6 to all res. But 116 max life is just better than that. Oh, we found the Year 3 trial. So confusing. Like, I don't know. And can we do tier 2 Sanctum now to get the Ascendancy, or? Because it's level 52. I'm literally 9 levels ahead of that. But I kind of don't want to do it, unless I know that it actually gives me something. Someone. Alright, let's go kill Blackjaw. Or what do you get from Blackjaw? Oh, you get more than 20. How many weapon set points do you get? 24? 22? Why do I have 22? I thought it was going to be 20. I mean, it might be different, the reward you get here.
I feel a murmur of power within them.
But I have to say, I feel like I'm really, really managing my Chronomancy class fantasy that I was going for. This feels pretty much exactly the way I wanted it to. I just want some more spells. But it's pretty close. Like, I want pretty much the spells I have in reality. But I would like... I would like to have the druid spells, even though I barely feel like I would have room for it. But I want Tornado, for example, because it's gonna suck enemies, which would be cool. And hopefully, what I truly hope for with Tornado is that it will take on the elements of other spells that it interacts with. I think that's what it did in one of the videos, but who knows? But I'm not really sure what spells we'll get. I don't think we'll get that many fire spells. I imagine we'll get like Volcano and Fissure or something. So, you know, I might not get anything. Volcano might not feel good.
This is a find. A Baal ruin that hasn't been looted. Oh, goodness. They live.
They're so fucking slow, man. Great.
This mechanism.
Bling. We will be needing to get more damage soon too. Really sure which ones.
Vile automaton!
One? Yes. And this was Blackjack. Okay, good. Good. Good morning. Oh! I think bosses, it's kind of weird. Bosses need a lot of tweaking because it's like how do I explain it?
Need mana.
In one way, the bosses miss you way too much. Like, they're too retarded. But at the same time, you're not capable of avoiding slams well enough at the same time. Because you can't dodge a slam, right? It's just... You just have to be able to survive this. I mean, why are people bitching about this one? It's not that bad. Literally standing in every single slam. 10 fires. Oh.
Stone one, your duty has ended.
Because it's like, on one hand, a lot of bosses, you can just circle around them and they will barely hit you with anything. Like Geonor misses you with almost every single attack. But at the same time, there are way too many slams that are like super turbo tracking. And you don't have any slam immunity on the dodge roll. So it just feels bad because you just get hit even though you skill rolled it, so to speak. Right? So it's a strange place that the dodge roll balance is at right now. I don't fully agree with it. It's kind of weird. Because I feel like if you want to have slams that track the character and have like big areas, then the dodge roll has to have invulnerability, because otherwise, if you dodge early to like get out of the way of the slam, it tracks you. So I'm not really sure what the idea there is. Are you supposed to just like dodge around the boss? It's like, it works, but I think it's a little bit questionable.
Will of the Mareke. Not yet.
Living bomb. It doesn't even kill the enemies anymore. It barely does anything. It's like 3 levels behind. That's just way too much.
By Garukan! I must travel light.
Pick it up.
Not yet.
25-20. So I'm just a little bit curious right now. So we have 25, 20, 20. So what is that? 0.75 times 0.8 times 0. It's 52. And then let's see. So you have 0.75 times 0.8. That's 0.4. I think it's 20%. I just wanted to find like a treasure chamber or some bullshit. Not having any luck with that. Maybe it's down here. Oh.
I'll break you.
Oh, there we've got a little guy here. Ouch.
Didn't break a sweat. I'm carrying enough already.
Oh yeah, whatever. There it is. Treasure chamber.
A treasure room? I should take a look.
Alright, let's go to the next area. Why wouldn't it let me pick that up? I wasn't even remotely full. I must have misclicked or something.
Solarize flame!
Let's add a little thing to the title there.
Quickly.
Wow. 71% increased fire damage offhand.
Still alive.
If the hat doesn't have 100 life, it's not worth equipping.
Be wary.
should call Alva.
Fire, thank you!
I can't do that yet.
Do need mana flasks here. Oh, heard a little ping. Ping? Another one?
I can't do that yet. A larger soul core. Now, where to place it? This is what I need. Back to the generator.
What?
I must admit, it is impressive that all this still functions.
Yeah, the dialogue is a little bugged here when you skip the order of things. I definitely need to get some stun resistance. They are so slow. So funny.
Will of the Marrakech!
Oh, fuck. Almost back. Where's the... How do we find the generator here? Shouldn't it be like up here? Do we have to go all the way around here?
Didn't break a sweat. I need more time.
There it is. Inst's Etcher. Yeah. Apparently it's bugged to
It appears this
follow to
place
your
now
staff.
teems with energy. I should be quick. Solarize iron!
This was actually pretty much my Diablo 3 build as well. I was just running the Super Meteor with cooldown, the huge one. Blizzard with Fire Rune. And Black Hole. And it was pretty fun. I like going around and just doing big Yuki stuff. Our boss damage is unfortunately like abysmal.
Not yet. I can't do that yet.
Oh! Was spacing out there. Oh, we are killing bosses. I like honestly
Alva,
acceptably
I
fast in my
plunge you
opinion.
into a pit of scorpions for that.
Level 60 plus Jin Barrier. Number of trials 3. Sounds so annoying. Floors of fucking Sanctum? Oh, 1 is bad enough. Started a witch and really liking it already. Are you gonna make a Minion witch, or you don't have to play minions as a witch. Full fire spell. So sorry. Apparently, if you go what are they called? If you do summon Raging Spirit.
There is still latent. Maybe the.
That's apparently really good. So that's something to try. But otherwise, yeah. You can also do minions that like explode and stuff, I guess.
Farewell.
What have you learned?
Here to help. Anything catch your eye? I'll take it.
Smarter to be a sorceress or something? Yeah, I don't know. Probably fine.
It's a deal.
Infernalist is better if you want to go raging. Summon raging spirits. And you'll get little floaty skulls that attack everything when you're casting fire spells. This spell, Ember Fusillade, that's like the main ability. Just put Unleash and Scattershot in it ASAP, and that's what you kill bosses with.
Still alive. Take your time.
Pretty much.
Be wary.
Unless you find something else. But like in the beginning you only have Firewall, and Firewall is atrocious. It does no damage. Actually got exactly what I wanted here. More recovery if used while on low mana. That's actually good. But we got the mana recovery there. We just have a Fireball Staff and the Ember Fusillade, and it's pretty fun. Yeah. That is good. Fireball. Incinerate. I wonder if Incinerate could work. The main problem with Incinerate is that it comes with one big penalty for using it. And it's that the frame rate drops by like 40 FPS when you... Okay, so my inventory is now full of gems. Gem stash tab. I'm gonna buy a gem stash tab. It didn't work. Shop is down. Um. All right, we'll have to make an overflow. 8 is now gem. For me, my character felt really bad the whole way playing fire spells until I got to like level 52 or whatever, and we finally got Flame Blast. Then for me it came online, but I think you can make things work much earlier with like by just using either Incinerate or I think there's like a strat with Flame Walls, use that to summon Raging Spirits. And if that works, then that's fine. And also if you can just make Firebolt do decent damage, that's probably fine. That's the staff one.
You are confident.
Ember Fusillade with Unleash is pretty solid the whole way through though. It's still like my best spell. Where's the exit?
Willow de Marrakesh.
But you could also try doing something a little more hybrid, you know. Maybe having some lightning spells or something too. Because it's really easy to have both. Unless you get like bonus fire damage on your staff, then it's over. Does make gearing a little bit harder. And I just want to be full pyro. Yeah. It's rough. But it works. Eventually. Maybe. The early fire spells all kind of compete with each other. If you put Solar Orb on a boss, but this is back. Why is the exit to this zone in that direction and the exit to that other zone is also in this direction? But yeah, if you put Solar Orb right on top of the boss, then Firewall or Flame Wall can't do damage. And that's why you need to have like Firebolt or something that you can actually attack with. But if you like the Firewall interaction with projectiles, then that's good. Incinerate is also, you know, like I'm also a Firewall fanboy. That's why I'm upset about it. That's why because it doesn't work, like, except for buffing projectiles. I just wanted to like put the Firewall on a boss and it would just sit there and do sick damage. But it doesn't work with Incinerate either, because they both do ignite damage. This is a good farm. Alright. What do we want now? Faster start of energy shield recharge, maybe. Reduced maximum life. Fuck that. Alright, let's get this. Faster start of energy shield recharge. I don't know how worth that is. Or if I should use some other method to make it start. Is Unleash just auto cast 3 instead of charging? Yeah, it just casts 3. And the way Ember Fusillade works is you want to max it out for it to do the most damage, because the more it shoots, the more damage it does, right? And if you put Unleash and Scattershot on it, it just immediately maxes it out. And then you can just continue casting Firebolt instead of just sitting there mashing this spell. And like counting to 6 or 8 or 9. Like mine goes up to 9 because it's higher level. I don't want to cast the spell 9 times. Maybe you do? I don't know. That's up to you. No, this is not the right place. Not where we want to go.
You are nothing!
Alright, I don't feel like I can leave a little area like this unexplored, because that's gonna be where the exit is.
Die once more!
Solar Orb does damage, but it's not like... Let's see. It does pretty good damage, but since it's damage over time, it takes forever for it to actually do anything. Nope, not there either. There's no patch.
This looks promising. Now, let me access these waterways.
And now the worst map start. Oh, there we go. At least we are going through this quite handily. No liver? Lever? There's the lever.
Solarite flame!
So, these are the Azak that Servi... If the Val were so intelligent, why would they build something that could flood their main city?
Emerald. I wonder if
Fall before me!
this is what I would like to see, kind of. Jesus, stand still. What has happened? He's bugged. Oh, he's bugged. Oh, he's bugged as fuck. The Siphon Aura was not centered on that mob, so when he was running around, he was moving all over the place. Did barely anything and beat Raven in like 30 seconds. Yeah, that happens sometimes. With if you get like some decent gear. I think if you do use the firewall setup and actually put it up so you do projectile stuff with it, it's a lot better than trying to use it as an actual damage spell. Well, let's hope that the patch has a bunch of fixes that say fix the demon form. I don't remember what the patch notes or what they said was gonna get patched.
Victory is mine.
Ooh, ooh, oh yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, almost got killed by the on-death effect there. %2 increased attack speed with bows. I think that is probably the worst start of a duel so far. 7% increased projectile speed. I mean, works, I guess. Oh, this guy's rare.
I must travel light.
I'm still not, well, I think I am happy with my life blast, or with my mana flask, actually. I think it's almost perfect.
I'm carrying enough already.
Carrying nearly enough. I would like to try using Sigil of Power, but the problem is it's a lightning staff, so it's mostly gonna roll lightning damage. But in reality, I want a spell damage.
What do you need? Some odds and ends we found in the jungle.
Necessarily.
Don't drink
Fire
the
damage
water.
is fine. I wouldn't mind
Quickly.
fire damage on a staff, but I do want all spell
Welcome.
gems
Take
or
your
all
time.
spell skills
I'll take it.
staff. I also
Keep your eyes sharp. Take your time.
can't actually keep upgrading all the items constantly
Be wary.
because I'm running out of transmutes.
Here to help.
Just got 2 free Artificer Orbs since the sucker to get at the start is super cheap. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good... I like making new characters is not bad for him. Well, it's probably not great to make new characters to get more orbs and stuff, but yeah, buying them cheap is good. Bam. Love how slow they are. You can make a projectile spell or a projectile build specifically. That's what you want to do. There are nodes on the tree specifically for projectiles. Like over here. 4% chance for spell skills to fire 2 additional projectiles. That's what it does there. I think up here there's another one. 6% chance for spells to fire additional projectiles. And then you could maybe do something like cast on Ignite. Fireball or something like that. Or just shoot fireballs. That works too. Fire. Ooh, Fireball with Unleash and Scattershot is hilarious. I don't know if it's very good, but it is hilarious. It put projectiles all over the screen. In a way, I don't really like personally, but super simple and scale forever. Wow, fair enough. I've only really tried the build I'm doing here, so it's not particularly simple. I have like 4 cooldowns that I'm managing.
I can't do that yet.
My archer is pretty brain dead, but it's fun. Yeah, I mean, it all depends on what you want to do, right? I like doing the more elaborate stuff, usually. Which is why, like, I was kind of disappointed with this in the beginning, because I didn't really feel like I could do much. And even now, it's a little bit... Like, I wish the spells had a little bit more functions, like stunning and stuff like that. Because I felt like playing melee had a lot more options that you could do. But... it's alright, the way it is right now. But you, like, I wish some fire spells I wish had more stun build-up. Because you don't really do much stun with the spells in general. This mainly has 50% more stun buildup, and physical has 50% more on top of that. So it's a little difficult to actually stun enemies, and when you do, you don't really get much of a payoff for it.
I need more time.
Nope, shock doesn't stun.
Die, forgotten.
Shock does make them take more damage, which probably makes them build more stun too. But there is also something called electrocute that you can do instead, and I don't know if that leads to stun. And yes, I absolutely agree that it would make sense. Are we finally through? Holy fucking shit! This map is so massive. Yep.
That should do it. Now is not the time for that.
What is this stat? Maximum mana. Crash.
Be one, their queen.
This drowned city, disgraced by time, just like precious Keth. There is still a beauty about it, I admit. Beyond, however, I recommend...
Bound City.
Exile, you are impressive, even as a drowned ruin.
Drown the ruin. direction, apparently.
I can't do that yet. Didn't break a sweat. Fall before me.
Oh! Alright. Don't get bonked by the white mobs with big wooden trunks. That one, don't get bonked. Should be not that big of a problem because... Oh shit. But they are super duper super ultra slow.
Victory is mine. Son of Solar Eye.
I think the water hags are cool. But I think they're overtuned. They shouldn't have like 2 different sources of stacking. These are scary. Of stacking slow. So, okay, so down here, you always have the pyramid apex, I think.
Die, scum.
So we go and we find that. And then we get the waypoint there. And then we spend the next half an hour trying to find the molten walls. Don't kill me.
Not yet.
Oh! They explode.
Son of Solarai! Garukan's grace, what is that smell?
Waypoint, and then we go back. So, from what I understand, Pyramid Apex is always in the same place. You go up to the right, then down to the southeast, and then up here. It's always here, after you find the bridge. But the Magma Vault is just completely random in the entire city. Let's see if that is true or not, or if they're both here on the east side. Yeah, like the Act 1 maps, they aren't this random. The turbo randomness kind of starts in Act 2 a little bit. And Act 3 is really bad. And I personally think that it's work in progress still. Because I don't think Act 3 is final at all. So I expect the map generation to change throughout the beta. Or we'll have to see.
I can't do that yet. Damn, take you!
No!
Unnatural filth!
In PoE1, right? All the maps have pretty strict rules. There are some that are more random, and that's fine. It's okay for there to be... It's not just okay, it's almost necessary for there to be some maps that are more random and more like you have to search to find where you're going. And some maps that are more rigid. Because if you only have rigid maps, it feels like you get this feeling of feels artificial and samey all the time. But if you don't have the rigid maps, you get tired of just randomly searching. So you're like, you need both to some extent.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Yes, some odds and ends we found in the jungle. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's a deal.
Okay, so this one recovers a lot more charges per second, almost twice. And I don't really need, like... I don't need 77% more recovery.
My tribe could use that. Don't drink the water.
But we can keep that. We can keep a couple flasks. How's the shop doing right now? I think it's just completely busted. Oh. Managed to buy a gem stash tab. Nice. What color is a gem? Like gray. Gems. Gem. Let's go smash these.
Tread in particular.
Here to help.
All right. Let's clean this tab up. I didn't want to buy it because I think it's kind of a silly tab, but I have the other tabs that are good already, so... And I went into the beta with the mindset of I'm going to spend the points on stash tabs, so... Even if I think this one is kind of whatever, I'll probably buy a divination stash tab, if that's gonna be a thing, which I assume it will. Next. Though I think divination is also one of those stash tabs that you need to be a real hardcore gamer for it to matter. Because I usually just put my last stash tab as divination. I have never ever filled it in my entire life ever. Even when I played the most, I have never ever filled a divination tab. I regret not buying a quad over the bundle of premiums. Yeah, I would like to have one quad, I think. Like, I don't really like quads, but just being able to have one just dump tab would be nice. But premiums, I don't care about the premiums at all. I'm fine with just, you know, learning which number I usually do what with. I'm too cheap for a premium. I don't want to pay money for a fucking label. Yeah, I just have a bunch of normal. No, don't fuck around too much. Oh, I can't lose this portal.
By Garukan!
Is this it? May or it may not be.
I need more time. I can't do that yet.
Fire resistant. I love this ascendancy. People are shitting on Chronomancer. It is the absolute most enjoyable ascendancy I've played in PoE so far. 1 and 2. It's so nice.
Not yet.
That's not the manner. Ow. Oh, don't kill me. Yeah, see, people were like, what is the cooldown on this? 34 seconds. Skills have a 33% chance to not consume a cooldown. This is what people were a bit bitchy about. They were like, you're not gonna get any damage if you do anything with this class. But this one is a bit annoying. Skills have a 33% chance to not consume a cooldown when used, because it means that you always have to look at your skills, kinda. And I don't know if it really has any skills that this would feel that good on. Well, okay. For fire, I think this would feel bad. But if you were playing like a lightning mage, I think this could be cool. Because you could do like arc with chain and hourglass, which gives it a 10-second cooldown and bonus damage. And that's a skill that feels more comfortable to just like double tap. Like you cast arc and then it chains and then you cast it again. Or nothing happens, right? You just double tap it every time. But a skill more like, you know, Flame Blast or something that you have to channel, you're gonna have to look at that, like, did it reset or not? So I definitely think there's room for that. But for like resetting time freeze, not really. Because time freeze is kind of bad. Time freeze duration, well, maybe it's actually not bad. It might actually be badass. Because if we reduce the cooldown on time freeze by 20%, then we're down to about 48 second cooldown. Then we reduce that by 30%. 48 times 0.7. Then we're at a 33-second cooldown. And then right now, say here, no, it doesn't say. Freeze duration. Skill effect. We have 40% increased skill effect duration there. And then up here, if we choose to, we can get 45 more. And this is 40 more. So that would be 3 times 1.8 times 1.4 times 1.25. That's a 9.4 second AoE stun on the entire screen. Yeah, that could be kind of badass. Because I assume... I assume the wave radius is going to increase with my AoE. 10 meters is already the entire screen. And then I have several 100% AoE size almost. That's going to be even bigger. Not down here. Yeah, I think it seems really cool. But we'll have to try it. Because what worries me is that it has such a long cooldown.
I can't do that yet.
But if it's like... If it can literally stun a boss for 10 seconds, that would be insane. That would be so broken.
I can't do that yet.
Because that's not defensive, that's offensive. That means you can just stand there and hammer the shit out of the boss for free for 10 seconds. That could be, you know, game breaking. It could literally be every single time you go into a boss, you just kill him instantly in 10 seconds. And that is genuinely something that might happen if you can do that. Yeah, and you can stun it for a friend as well. Yes. So we'll have to finish the next trial and see if we can get that to work. That's that. I don't feel like... I don't need more duration on Firestorm. So I can move that to time freeze if it is OP as fuck.
More Val machinery.
Let's see here. Blood Mage. Sanguimancy. Alright. Can we kill the super fire boss? I'm thinking probably, yeah.
Burn away.
This place is so dark, I can't see anything. stuck. And also 30 seconds on time freeze sounds like a lot, but if it actually freezes enemies for 10 seconds, that means it's got 1/3 of the time it has uptime. Which is really stupid. We'll see. We'll see. I'm excited to see if it's OP as fuck.
I need more time.
Chronomancer is one of the most slept on ascendancies. Almost nobody's playing it.
I need more time. Die, forgotten.
Inventory is full.
Son of Solarai. I'm carrying enough already.
What have you learned?
Here to help. Some pretty things, yes?
34 spirit.
My tribe could use that.
Would that be better? I strongly doubt it, but we'll see.
It's a deal. I'll take it.
What happens if we equip this? Oh, not even close. I lose 25% damage. This staff has 170% increased damage and gain 19% of damage as extra fire damage. And it's still worse than 59% increased spell damage and +4 to all fire spell skills. On all of my spells. Spell levels are OP as fuck. You know what? I think I want more damage. Let's level up Amber Fusillade. But before we do, let's make sure we know what we want to put in there. Fire Mastery. Okay, what does Electrocuted do? Electrocution is an ailment that interrupts the target's actions and prevents them from performing any action and lasts 5 seconds by default. So it is stun. It's just a different type of stun. Okay. Patch! They're restarting in 45 minutes. I won't be streaming in 45 minutes, but still. This is a little difficult. But we can get both and just see. Because I either want elemental focus for just more elemental damage and cannot inflict ailments, or one levels. But we definitely have options, so let's upgrade that. And then to our now newly found work level B. Fire Mastery. It's also possible to make this into boss killer and clear by forking it. But I don't really want to do that. Alright, and then we see here. Elemental focus. Which one is stronger? 2,300, 2,500. Alright, that's stronger. What else? Solar Orb, spell hits. Okay, that's stronger. Firestorm. Cannot deal critical hits. Okay. Oh, the patch notes are actually up already.
Hey there.
Some pretty... my tribe could use that.
We're gonna check that out, but first I want to get through the Molten Bolt and finish the boss before I lose the portal, and then we'll see. Patch notes have in store. Oh, huh. Fire resistant, eh? Alright. We know how to deal with you. Ah! I should throw a total hissy fit if they nerf anything that I've been playing, like they've been doing on the forums.
Fire taking!
Ooh, level. We are getting energy shield stuff. Oh shit. I think Ember Fuselot becomes worse the more we get skill duration. Because the more skill duration we get, the longer it takes before it flies. But I think that's okay.
So that's who's responsible for all this noise.
But it does mean I have to wait longer before unleashing again. Otherwise it's just gonna not do any damage.
Loud. Always loud.
Don't touch the fucking lava. Holy shit. I'm not sure I can actually kill him. I need more fire pen. Thank you.
Loud. Always loud. Son of Solarai! I need more time.
He might be okay. We'll see. Because I can still DPS him when he's doing his bullshit like this. That's the benefit of being ranged. Halfway DPS him down. Oh fuck.
Not yet.
No, we're probably dead. No, we can't do this. Alright. Well, we'll have to come back then. What it is. Patch notes. General improvements and changes. Added the capacity to fast travel between checkpoints within an area. You can now select checkpoints which will bring up your map overlay, allowing you to select other checkpoints you have discovered in the area to travel to them immediately. Many more checkpoints have been added to areas, generally at all entrances and exits to areas, meaning if you find those first, you're able to instantly travel to them if you choose to go back and explore an area. Passive point respecking has been made cheaper, especially at higher levels. It had a relatively aggressive curve, getting more expensive with character level. We have flattened that curve so it doesn't exponentially grow as much. For example, this should generally result in an approximately 40 to 50% less gold cost for respecking between the start and middle of endgame progression. Added a shortcut to open a skill's advanced information display by right-clicking the skill on your skill bar. You can now compare equipped flasks when using a gamepad. Sweet. Added chance shards to the currency exchange. Added a button to travel to your guild hideout when interacting with the waypoint. Endgame and monster balance. Maps no longer have additional elemental resistance penalties inherently applied at tier 6 and tier 11 on higher maps. It is now consistent across all of the endgame. Critical strikes from monsters now deals 40% less bonus damage. I think this is really good. I think this is good. It's not about nerfing or making the game easier. It's about reducing the volatility of incoming damage, which has always been the #1 problem with PoE 1. Chaos damage now scales less aggressively over the endgame. The ground laser and ground lightning abilities used by the Ruined Knight in expedition encounters now deal substantially less damage. The Waystone modifier that adds burning ground to your maps no longer increase in coverage or area with higher tier Waystones. Siphon's flask charges modifiers on monsters now drain 10 times less flask charges per second. This was unintentional. Disabled the volatile crystals modifier to be revised in the future pending telegraphing improvements. Not a problem with it. But they always do that. They're like, oh yeah, everybody doesn't like this. Alright, let's fix it. And then they change it, but it's still exactly the same. And it has the exact same problem. It's just different now. So it's just... they do that often. The Trail of Fire monster modifier now deals 30% less damage and lasts for 3 seconds from 5 seconds. Same with Trail of Lightning, Trail of Ice, nerfed trails. The purple explosives created by the volatile plants modifier on rare monsters now deal significantly less damage. Packs of prowling chimerals in maps now contain less of the prowling chimerals and spawn alongside some zombies. Lowered the baseline monster density of breach encounters, primarily by reducing the frequency of the elite monsters appearing. Fixed an inconsistency in the different types of packs that could spawn during breach encounters. You should now see more different types of monsters appearing in an area-to-area basis. The volatiles spawned by the volatile fiends. Trial of Chaos modifier now accelerate over time. The Stormcaller Runes Trial of Chaos modifier are now smaller, take longer to charge up when standing inside, and give more time to escape once triggered. The runes now also get larger as the modifier is upgraded. Improved the hitboxes on a number of abilities used by Blackjaw the Remnant. The crossbow variants of the decrepit mercenary monsters that dealt fire damage now deal less damage. Trial of the Secamus improvements. Honor damage now scales down based on distance to enemies. You now take up to 35% less honor damage when in close range, tapering as you are further away from monsters. Again, I don't really think this was a problem at all, but I'm fine with it. Doesn't matter to me. The less we have honor bullshit, the happier I am. Fixed a bug where damage over time was dealing 3 times as much damage to honor as intended in the Trial of Secamus, and fixed a bug where honor resistance was only applying to 2/3 of that damage taken. This got confusing for us too. Skitter golems no longer use basic attacks and instead now just explode, as their attacks were largely unavoidable when in melee range. Serpent Clan burrow and ambush attacks now have improved visual telegraphing and cannot be used from as far away. Volcanoes created by Rattlecage's Fissure Slam now last half the duration. Added keyword hover for the honor mechanic in the Trial of the Secumus. Skill balance. Rolling Slam's second slam now deals 50% more damage to heavy stunned enemies. Rolling Slam just got literally 50% buffed. Alright, that's good. That's my warrior build. I'm just rolling slamming constantly. Ice Shot Sharp's secondary now gains additional projectiles as it levels up. Ice Shot Shards now target within 90-degree cone. Ice Shot Shards now travel further base 200 ms from 100 ms to be tested and iterated. Ice Shot Arrow and Projectile are now smaller and are the same size as other arrows. Electrocuting Arrow base duration to 25 seconds from 12, doubling quality bonus also. Barrage now has 25% less damage on barraged attacks from 60% less at level 1, same scaling per level. Okay. So it's actually usable as the base barrage is kind of usable now, even though it kind of isn't. Because by the time you've used barrage and pressed an ability, you could most often you could have used 2 abilities. It makes sense with Snipe now though. Barrage now has +2 repeats base from +1. Okay, now it's actually really strong. Shock Chain Arrow's shockwaves now deal 100% more damage. Sniper's Mark cooldown reduced from 6 seconds to 2 seconds at all levels. Combat Frenzy can now gain a Frenzy charge no more than every 3 seconds, from 7 seconds at level 1 to approximately 1.5 seconds at level 20. This feels like it's overbuffed. Holy shit, what the fuck is that? The 6 seconds felt good already, in my opinion. But what is this? You're just now permanently stacked on max charges always? I'm just worried that stuff like this is gonna be too powerful. Because I think even at high levels when you're doing mapping, I think it's important that you still have to play the game and still have to like work a little bit for charges and stuff like that. And what this might mean is that you can now Flicker Strike literally constantly. And you're never gonna press anything other than Flicker Strike forever. And you're just going to do that. That's probably what this is going to lead to, but we'll see. Stormcaller Arrow's Bolt now gains additional impact radius as it levels. And yes, I didn't also think Ranger needed buffing at all. Especially not Lightning Ranger, because that's like the most powerful one. At least in the beginning. Stormcaller Arrow's Bolt now gains additional impact radius as it levels. Vine Arrow's damage over time has been adjusted. It is now slightly higher at lower levels and substantially lower at higher levels. The intention of this ability was that you poison it to spread poisons, as opposed to the Vine itself dealing immense amounts of damage. Tornado Shot's damage over time has been adjusted. It is now slightly higher at lower levels and substantially lower at higher levels. The intention of this ability was to propagate your other bow skills as opposed to doing an immense amount of damage itself. Magnetic Salvo can now only use your stuck lightning arrows as opposed to those created by your party members. Increased the damage growth per level on Unearth, non-minion component. Bone Storm, Bone Cage, Bone Blast, Wand Skill, and Power Siphon Wand Skill results in approximately 50% more damage at gem level 25. Okay, all the bone spells just got turbo buffed. Increase the damage growth per level on Essence Drain, Contagion, and Profane Ritual and Chaos Bolt results in approximately 33% more damage at gem level 20. Okay. I did feel like it was kind of dropping off when I was trying to play it, and maybe that was why. That's a lot of stuff. All right. Bone Cage's base critical strike chance has been increased to 15% from 13%. Alright, I guess. Skeleton Arsonist's spirit costs now match Frost and Ice mages from level 5 onwards, making them more expensive while keeping their costs early game the same. Bone Offering Explosions now have 15% critical strike chance from 13%. Resonating Shield, Shield Charge, and Shield Wall now have 6 to 8 added physical damage per 15 armor on your shield at all levels. Okay. I would like to have just a few more basic abilities. Like some kind of like shield slam or something. I would be good with. Some abilities for the warrior, I feel like they're just kind of too much. I would like smaller stuff. But the mace is also meant to be like big and burly. Resonating shield radius increased to 2.3 meters from 1.8 meters. Shield wall explosions increased to 4 meters from 2 meters. Shield wall can now create a maximum of 2 walls from 1 wall. Siege Cascade now has an attack time of 75% from 55%. Siege Cascade, I think that's... Is that one of the summons? No, I don't think so. This is a different spell. This one shoots stuff on like every single enemy around, I think. This is crossbow. Siege Cascade now has 50% more damage against immobilized enemies from 200%. So it got super nerfed against immobilized enemies. Siege Cascade's explosion now deals 167% more damage, accounting for the decrease in damage against immobilized enemies. Okay, so they made it baseline much stronger, and then against immobilized enemies you now get, so it's not just like a turbo combo skill anymore, it has more of a function baseline, which I think is good. I think combo skills should work baseline, but they should be better. Like they should be able to have an interaction with something. Siege Cascade now has 30% less reload speed from 50% less. Siege Cascade's quality is now 2% damage against immobilized enemy per quality from 4% nerfed. Stormblast Bolt now has a maximum of 30 active bolts from 9. Stormblast Bolt now has 5 bolts in the clip from 3. Stormblast Bolt now has 30% less reload speed from 50% less. Plasma Blast now has 47% more damage with its initial hit and 25% less damage with its explosion, causing it to rely less on colliding with walls to deal enough damage. Okay. Artillery Ballista's explosion radius increased to 1.8 meters from 1.4 meters. Artillery Ballista's damage is increased by approximately 21%. Gathering Storm's Perfect Dash now deals 53% more damage. Wave of Frost now has 275% more freeze buildup at all levels, from 150% scaling up over all levels. Okay, so it just always has that. Okay, I mean, that's fair. Staggering Palm's duration now scales with levels. It has 6-second duration at level 1, scaling up by 0.2 seconds per level, from 6 seconds at all levels. Staggering Palm felt kind of weird, because it didn't last very long, but I also think that you probably need to stack like buff duration for it to be good, so you can just always be buffed. And just always shoot the projectiles when you're attacking with melee skills. Staggering Palm's projectiles now deal 20% more damage at all levels. Concoction skills from the Pathfinder Ascendancy class now consume 3 charges from Monoflasks from 5. Their damage has been increased and deal approximately 66% more damage when the skill is level 20 Giga. In addition, the base added damage has been increased by at least 50% for all Concoction skills, with Poisonous and Bleeding Concoction receiving greater damage buffs. Fulminating Concoction now has a critical strike chance of 8% from 6%. Shattering Concoction, Fulminating now has a Shattering Concoction now has a critical strike chance of 11% from 7%. Explosive Concoction now has 100% more chance to ignite enemies and 100% more magnitude of ignites inflicted. Fulminating Concoction now has a 100% more chance to inflict shock, and Shattering Concoction now has a 100% more freeze buildup. Holy shit, that was a lot of stuff to read. The Hunter's Talisman passive skill notable now grants +1 charm slot. The small passive skills leading up to it now grant the stat it formerly gave. The charm Helper text has been updated to indicate that you cannot have more than 3 charm slots unlocked, so that we can add more sources of it in the future. Added a new lightning damage and electrocute cluster to the passive tree in between the ranger and monk section. The Heavy Frost notable passive skill now causes hits to only ignore enemy resistances of frozen enemies if their resistance values were positive. Supercharged Slam now builds up stages slower but gains 40% more damage per stage, now from 20%. This may display as 20% still incorrectly until a later patch. Already pretty damn slow. Electrocute is now 25% harder to build up, but the damage penalty has been removed from the support gem. It is now more difficult to because that'll balance it out, because if you do more damage, you will build faster too. So it is now more difficult to chain freeze enemies by reducing the amount of freeze buildup applied after a freeze has been applied. I think that's fair. I don't see why that wouldn't be the case. Because that's how stun works. The only thing I'm kind of not a fan of is that, though, I mean, I'm not a huge fan that stun and freeze, or rather that freeze makes stun worse. Because if you freeze something, then they get the stun protection on their stagger bar. But at the same time, if you don't do that, you might ruin your freeze by accidentally just staggering them. Or it might also just turn into like freezing, then stunning, freezing, stunning, freezing, stunning, and they're just perma stunned forever. I don't know, it's hard. Added a marker effect to Ember Fuselad's preferred target. Oh, am I gonna have to see something annoying on the screen the whole time? Support balance. Added the Tremors support gem, which can be used to give up to multiple more aftershocks to skills with a damage penalty. Aftershocks are really good as a warrior. An aftershock is literally just another type of crit or slams. So if you go slams and you see 20% chance to aftershock, that means 20% chance to crit, pretty much. Added the bidding support gem, which can be used to give more damage to the command skills of supported minions. I like that one. The fire exposure, lightning exposure, and cold exposure support gems no longer penalize damage of supported skills. They now have a mana cost multiplier of 120%. I think that's good. Yes. Because they don't need to have so many penalties on support gems necessarily, because you can only have one of them. Electrocute support no longer penalizes damage. Instead, it now prevents the supported skill from being able to shock. The Lacerate support now grants 50% chance to bleed, OP. The Envenom support now grants 50% chance to poison from 60%, nerfed. I think this has more to do with how they want to balance the values between the gem and the values on the passive tree. So we might see some changes to that later. Because I feel like it should be kind of like, if you pick a certain amount of poison wheels, that should land you at 100% with the poison support gem. And same with bleed. You shouldn't end up with like 105. Preferably. More or less. Anyway. The impact shockwave support now has an aftershock radius of 2 meters from 1.4 meters. This is actually extremely powerful. Because impact shockwave support, when you're playing a warrior, if you don't want to play like Herald of Ash, what you can do is you can just put stun support on your basic attack and impact shockwave. That way, whenever you hit a normal mob, that's going to cause an AoE, just like Herald of Ash. And that's just going to clear everything. And then if you still want to do that, like, if you still needed to use, or well, I don't know, you don't need to use your melee attack to AoE later on, but you can add increased AoE on the basic attack for Warrior 2. That makes it a lot smoother in the beginning. And if you do that, if you combine those two, I imagine that the impact shockwave is also going to be even bigger. So you just go in, melee attack a small mob, just going to explode. The bidding support now grants 30% more damage to minion command skills from 20%. The bidding support now grants 30% more damage to minion command skills from 20%. What are you talking about? What? You just added the bidding support gem. Why are you buffing the gem you added in this patch? What does that mean? Anyway. Ooh. The considered casting support now only supports spells you cast yourself. It also now grants 40% more spell damage from 20. This is my favorite one, by the way. Considered casting. I love slow builds, which is something that this game does marvelously well. I love how well it works to play a slow build. I don't have any cast speed bonus. I only have cast speed penalties on my build, more or less. And it works perfectly. And now they just giga buff that, which is very nice. I like that. The aftershock support now has 25% chance to cause an aftershock from 20%, or whatever, I guess. The mobility support no longer has a damage penalty, but applies 30% less movement speed penalty. 40%, I don't know what that does. The execrate support now has a 100% chance to inflict ailments. What do you mean 100%? That's what I mean, you mean 100% increased, right? They have to mean that. Because this is 50% more chance. So that's what it means. It means we have literally double chance of inflicting right now. Which probably means we can get rid of ignition. But we'll see. The Ricochet support now has 40% chance to chain from terrain. Haven't tried that. I wonder if that's good. You know, you just like blast it on the wall and it just bounces back on enemies. The Withering Touch support now has 25% less damage from 50%. My monk just got buffed. Considered casting also actually buffs my monk. So now I can have considered casting and hourglass on brain. Have your in-game cursor. Oh, that's weird. Maybe it's still running. Check your task manager. Maybe it still says PoE there. I wonder what it's called. Is it called? Yeah, it's called Path of Exile.exe. Or just you know, enjoy your new mouse cursor, I guess. But yeah, the Withering Touch support thing here, this is actually really big for my monk. The Ferocity support now has 40% more skill speed when consuming a frenzy charge from 30%. See, I'm a little bit worried because on one hand, it's good that they're buffing things when they're turbo nerfing other things, because people have been bitching a lot about that. But I'm also worried that they're making things too strong all of a sudden, because there's a lot of huge buffs here, like absolutely massive buffs. So we'll see. But balancing is going to be a forever thing. Like, that's just how it is. Stomping Ground supports Shockwave. Now deals 80 to 100%, 120% of your strength as physical damage. From 2 to 30%. Like, see, that's what I mean. Like that's not like a small buff. That's a 4 times increase. But maybe it was just that bad. Like, I don't know, maybe. Item balance. The charm modifiers on belts have been made substantially more common and now appear at much lower levels. The of symbolism modifier now appears from level 23 onwards, and the of inscription modifier now appears from level 64 onwards. I think that's great because I think charms could be nice to have, but right now they feel completely useless almost. Like, you have one, and you have one, and that's poison. You only use poison because poison is super over buffed right now. The time lost jewel modifier of regeneration now applies 3 to 7% increased life regeneration rate to notables in radius from 1 to 2%. Oh, so you just get that 3 to 7% increased life regeneration to notables. Okay. Existing versions of this item will not be updated unless a divine orb is used. And here we have some actually interesting things. We'll see. Fix the bug where the unique item Maligaro's Virtuosity was granting the wrong amount of critical damage. Fix the bug where the Crumbling Walls Atlas passive notable was applying to maps that didn't contain breaches. Fix the bug where the stat granted by the Organized Forces Atlas passive notable was causing less waystones to drop due to trying to upgrade them to a tier that didn't exist. Fix the bug where interactables would remove the player from demon form buff. Fix the bug where certain rare monsters would respawn at checkpoints after consuming their corpse. Fix the bug where leveling a skill gem incorrectly displayed the level change when it was supported by gems which granted additional skill levels. This was purely a visual issue, yeah. Fix the bug where Unearth didn't work with the sacrifice spirit gem. Fix the bug where the elemental expression skill from the Invoker Ascendancy class had an incorrect hitbox. Fix the bug where the Monk Ascendancy node Embrace the Darkness would desync when losing life and energy shield. I saw that one in the forums. Fix the bug which prevented party members from entering the Zesht fight once it had begun. Fix the bug where the cosmetics equipment UI was missing the tier selector for some slots. Fix the bug where the Trial Master encounter dialogue failed to play. Fix the bug with the Rise port where it was giving more damage per elemental skill used, rather than more damage per elemental type that was used. Oh, okay. Fix the bug where pathfinding could cause jittering of the character in some cases. Fix the bug where destroying items in hideouts wasn't possible. Fix the bug where frost wall segments could leave phantom walls, causing invisible blocking. I just want to see... if it fixes any of the bugs that I am experiencing, because there are quite a few that are super annoying. Fix the bug where implicit abilities on non-weapon unique items required a low level to use. Fix the bug where the Chronomancer's debuff expiry rate nodes were applying to Quicksand Hourglass, extending its cooldown. Fix the bug where Ember Fusillade could fail to target enemies. It does that when you when it's about to shoot and you dodge roll. Then it just flies in all random directions. Fix the bug where the Sacrifice Spirit Gem couldn't target minions with Profane Ritual. Fix the bug where the explosions from the armor explosion support could explode inanimate objects. Fix the bug where some spirit gems displayed an incorrect error message. Fix the bug where the Arbiter of Ash area level wasn't being increased with difficulty. Fix the bug where emergency reload wasn't put on cooldown if you were using 2 emergency reload skill gems. Fix the bug where the energizing bolt flask effect didn't work. Fix the crash on gamepad where concoction skills from the Pathfinder Ascendancy class would cause a crash when changing areas. Fix the bug where some players would disconnect when trying to enter maps in the Ziggurat Refuge or Guild hideouts while in a party. Fix the bug where the explosion from the armor explosion support could trigger itself recursively. Fix the bug where Ice Shot was unable to cause freeze buildup. Yeah, I saw this one in the forum. Someone was really mad. Fix the bug where some volatiles in the Trial of Chaos would follow the player up elevators. Fix the bug where inscribed ultimatums and Jin barriers dropped in Cruel would incorrectly tell you that you could get ascendancy points by completing them. Fix the bug where ballista skills didn't work with tornadoes created by Tornado Shot. Fix the bug when using a gamepad where the hide sockets option didn't work. Gamepad. Solo self-found characters with gamepad. Fixed 12 client crashes. Fixed 3 instance crashes. Alright, that was a lot of shit. I think this is a good patch overall. But there are still a lot of bugs that I don't know if they are bugs or not. For example, Decaying Hex not working with Blasphemy is completely breaking my monk. I would like to see that is fixed, but I don't know if it's gonna be fixed in the sense that we're gonna make it not equipable in the first place. Or if they're going to fix it, yeah, congratulations, you redeemed DDDDD. Haven't seen that in a while, to be honest. Forgot that it was even a thing. But yes, it does nothing. Congratulations. Holy. Oh my god. Let's go, I got nerfed, yay. Alright. Well, that is a lot of buffing. I think my Fire Mage did get buffed with this. There were a couple of things. The fire exposure gem is now usable. We probably should put it on. Solar Orb, I imagine. Either that or on just Firebolt or whatever the skill is called. Living Bomb. I don't think so, though. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff there. We'll see how this feels, if the game becomes way easier or whatever. But that's probably gonna be it for me for today. It's already way too late. So tomorrow I'm gonna try programming in the morning. I'm gonna try streaming that. If I can get to it. And then we'll play more Path of Exile. So remember to follow. Anyway, thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye-bye. That might be why I was on your YouTube, maybe. Or because of Path of Exile, maybe. Anyway, take care. Bye-bye.